Lo. Satu, cik, one, satu. Lo, satu, lo, cik. Cik, kan? Cik. Cek. Satu, cek.
Soalnya agak jelek di atas itu karena ininya.
Cik, 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 cik. Tuh. Satu, tuh. Tuh, tuh, cik, cik, cik. Si. Satu, cik. Cik, tuh. Satu, tuh. Tuh, tuh, cik.
Cek, 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 satu dulu.
Si, 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 cik. Tuh, tuh, tuh. Tuh, cik.
Cek, cek, cek.
Bentar, Pak ya. Ada trouble pula nih, Pak.
Satu, cik, tuh, tuh, lo.
Yang ini suara ke zoomnya agak menggema bang. Yang ini.
Yang ini.
Iya, agak gema. Ini enggak. Cek, 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 satu, dua, tiga. Oh iya sama gema.
Iya.
Cek, cek, satu, dua, tiga. Ah ini udah dua. Udah ada tadi. Udah pas.
Satu, satu.
Iya. Cek, cek, satu, dua, tiga.
Tuh,
Cek.
tuh, cik, cik.
Cek,
Cik.
satu, dua, tiga. Cek, cek,
Di.
cek, satu,
Tuh,
dua, tiga.
tuh. Tuh, cik. satu, cik, ci, la, cu, tu, ci, ti, tu, 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 cik, la.
Cik cik satu cik wal satu cik satu.
Cek,
Cek cek. Oh ya.
Cek cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3.
Settle, check 1, check settle, settle, settle.
Cek.
Cek. Selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada Rektor Universitas Negeri Medan, Ketua Senat Universitas Negeri Medan, Ibu Sekretaris Senat Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Ibu Wakil Rektor Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Ibu Dekan, Direktur Pasca Sarjana, Ketua Lembaga dan Kepala Biro.
Please welcome Rektor Universitas Negeri Medan, Head of Senat Universitas Negeri Medan, Secretary of Senat Universitas Negeri Medan, all the Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Medan, Deans of Faculty in Education in all the faculty in Universitas Negeri Medan, Director of Postgraduate, Head of Institution, and Head of Administrative Office.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, izin acara akan segera kita mulai.
Ladies and gentlemen, we remind you that our event will be begin shortly.
Air beriak, tanda tak dalam. Air tenang, seperti berlian. Izinkan kami ucapkan salam untuk hadirin sekalian.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi dan selamat datang di
The 7th International Conference on Educational Science in Industrial Era 5.0, Navigating the Future of Education, Building Excellent Character based on Local Wisdom and Global Technology, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Medan.
Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada hadirin karena telah hadir dengan spirit yang sama pada hari ini. Pertama-tama, mari kita panjatkan kehadirat Tuhan yang Maha Esa yang telah memberikan kita rahmat dan karunia-Nya sehingga kita bisa berkumpul di ruangan ini dengan keadaan yang sehat dalam acara Iconseir yang ke-7.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to all distinguished guests for being here today and sharing the same spirit of learning. First of all, let us express our praise and gratitude to God Almighty by His blessing and guidance that we are able to gather here today in the good health and good condition to attend the 7 Iconseir.
Yang terhormat, Rektor Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Baharudin ST MPD. Yang terhormat, Ketua Senat Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultom MPD. Yang kami hormati, Sekretaris Senat Universitas Negeri Medan, Ibu Profesor Dr. Martina Restuati MSI. Yang kami hormati, Bapak Ibu Wakil Rektor Universitas Negeri Medan. Yang kami hormati, Dekan di lingkungan Universitas Negeri Medan. Yang kami hormati, Direktur dan Ketua Lembaga di lingkungan Universitas Negeri Medan. Yang kami hormati, Wakil Dekan di lingkungan Universitas Negeri Medan. Yang kami hormati, Guru Besar dan Dosen di lingkungan Universitas Negeri Medan. Yang kami hormati, peserta yang hadir di ruangan ini dan peserta yang hadir melalui ruang virtual.
The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Medan, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Baharudin Gultom MPD, the Honorable Secretary of the Senate Universitas Negeri Medan, Profesor Dr. Martina Restuati MSI, the Honorable all the Vice Rector Universitas Negeri Medan, the Honorable Deans within Universitas Negeri Medan, the Honorable Director and Head of Institution within Universitas Negeri Medan, the Honorable all Vice Deans within Universitas Negeri Medan, the Honorable Lecturer and Professor of Universitas Negeri Medan, and all the participants who present today virtually and in this room.
Sebelum acara kita mulai, boleh saya dengar luar biasa. Kami ucapkan selamat datang dan selamat bergabung kepada Bapak Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultom MPD dari Universitas Negeri Medan, Indonesia. Dr. Julie Lindsay dari University of Southern Queensland, Australia. Dr. Fatiha Senom dari University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dan Dr. UK.
Ladies and gentlemen, today event attended by all our distinguished keynote speaker, we would like to extend our warm welcome Honorable Speaker, Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultom from Universitas Negeri Medan, Indonesia, Associate Professor Lisa Jaka and her partner, Dr. Julie Lindsay from the University of Southern Queensland, Australia, Dr. Fatiha Senom from the University of Malaya, Malaysia, and Dr. Retno Larasati from the Knowledge Media Institute.
Menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin yang berada di ruangan dimohon untuk berdiri Dan hadirin yang berada di ruang virtual dimohon untuk mengambil sikap sempurna.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next all guests presented in this room kindly requested to stand in upright position, while those attending via Zoom remain seated and respectful posture.
Cek.
Dipersilahkan duduk kembali.
Audience, please be seated.
Hadirin yang kami muliakan, acara selanjutnya, marilah kita saksikan bersama Tari Marsia Dapari, tarian yang melambangkan semangat kebersamaan dan gotong royong yang akan dibawakan oleh mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the Marsia Dapari dance performance. This dance performance is symbolizing the spirit of unity and mutual cooperations presented by the students of the Faculty of Education.
satu, dua, 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 dua. Cik, 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 cik,
Cek, cek.
satu, dua, satu, dua.
Cek, cek.
Satu, dua, cik, cik. Satu, dua, satu, cik, lah. Satu, satu, cik.
Satu, cek lah.
Cek.
Satu, low, satu. Satu, cek, cek. Satu, satu.
Cek.
Satu, cik. Baru.
Cek.
Ke sinyal sana Pak, masuk nggak?
Cek cek.
Lumak maaf kabulungi harui Sonang mapidongi Maria hereki
MIPA 21. Kalau MIPA di revolusi. Iya, saya itu peralatannya bagus. International standard. Ini sekarang dengar di rupanya.
Audionya belum masuk, jadi untuk mikrofon, jadi mikrofon sudah. Ya dari sini Pak, jadi enggak. Makanya nggak bisa juga. Jadi berarti nggak masuk Zoom nggak ada.
Kalau dari sini aja ya kalau
Masalahnya
Ini aja Bang, inputnya ganti aja di sini. Mana Zoom? Siapa hostnya Bang? Dari sini aja.
Ini dari mikrofon aja lah udah. Mic.
Masuk di sini.
Coba tes saya, belum ada yang ngomong.
Cek.
Sore belum dengar.
Cek cek. Satu cek.
Cek.
Satu cek.
Baik, sekali lagi boleh kita berikan tepukan yang meriah untuk penampilan dari mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan. Hadirin yang kami muliakan, acara berikutnya yaitu laporan kegiatan oleh Ketua Panitia Iconseir ke-7 kepada Ibu Dr. Halimatus Sa'dia, SPD Embun, kami persilakan dengan hormat.
Pada saat itu, Moderator for Dr. Halimatus Sa'dia, SPD Embun, as the chairperson of the 7 Iconseir Committee, to deliver the report. Dr. Halimatus Sa'dia, the floor is yours. Sitting.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to God, because today we came together at the Iconseir International Conference. Respected Rector, Senate leaders, university leaders, all dean, keynote speaker, presenter, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and thank you for coming. This conference is a chance to share, to learn, and to work together. Today's conference is held in a hybrid way, offline and online. There are 5 keynote speakers from 3 continents, Asia, Australia, and Europe. There are 571 people, 63 presenters, and 508 participants. I hope this conference goes well and gives benefit for all of us. Let us make this conference a good memory and a good moment. Selanjutnya, saya mewakili panitia mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Rektor Universitas Negeri Medan, Ketua Senat, Sekretaris Senat, Pimpinan Universitas, WR1, WR3, WR4, semua dekan di lingkungan Unimed, pimpinan lembaga, Ketua LPPM, Ketua Penjaminan Mutu, Kepala Biro. Lalu saya mengucapkan ucapan terima kasih terusus kepada Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Pak Jai yang baik hati dan bijaksana, beserta WD1, WD2, WD3 yang membersamai kami sampai tadi malam geladi. Lalu ucapan terima kasih juga kepada seluruh panitia yang bekerja siang, pagi, sore, dan malam ada Bu Rini, Pak Arta, Pak Mahpuji, Pak Wahyu, Pak Albert, Pak Ikhlas, Pak Waliul, Pak Usman, Bu Nopa, Bu Asia, Bu Loren, dan semua yang bekerja. Lalu saya memohon maaf ya Bapak Ibu, hari ini ada kendala, jadi saya mewakili segenap panitia memohon maaf lahir batin atas kendala dan tragedi hari ini. Ya, kalau ada kekurangan dari kami, misalkan ada tutur kata sapa kami yang kurang berkenan saat kami menyambut, atau mungkin ada fasilitas yang kurang berkenan, saya mohon maaf lahir batin. Bapak Ibu, mohon izin sebelum saya tutup, boleh ya kita bersama-sama mengucapkan yel-yel seminar Iconseir pada hari ini. Jadi kalau saya bilang Iconseir 2025 berkarakter, berbudaya, hebat. Lalu tepuk tangan. Terus satu lagi, boleh berdiri ya Bapak Ibu. Oh enggak usah, oh ya. Oke ya, terima kasih. Sekali lagi saya mohon maaf lahir batin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih MC.
Baik, terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Ketua Panitia atas laporan dan yel-yelnya. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kita masuki acara selanjutnya, yaitu sambutan sekaligus pembukaan Iconseir ke-7 oleh Rektor Universitas Negeri Medan kepada Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Baharudin ST MPD. Kami persilakan dengan hormat.
Officially open the event Iconseir. Respectfully invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Baharudin ST MPD.
Good morning every day, all heads, all of the keynote speaker. Yang saya hormati Ketua Senat Pimpinan Bapak Profesor Dr. Syawal Gutom MPD dan juga sebagai narasumber. Yang saya hormati Ibu Sekretaris Senat, Ibu Profesor Dr. Martina Resod MSc, para Wakil Rektor dan seluruh narasumber, dekan seluruhnya, dekan PIP, Ketua Lembaga, Kepala Biro, Direktur, Pasca, seluruh dosen dan peserta pada hari ini. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, atas ridhonya kita bisa hadir di seminar The 7th International Conference of Educational Science in Industry Era 5.0. Tentu saja seminar ini memang kita wajibkan untuk seluruh fakultas mengadakan seminar ini. Karena kenapa? Salah satu mengukur apakah universitas atau institut itu punya daya jual atau terkenal di mana-mana, itu harus ada karya-karyanya yang berbasis internasional. Salah satu ada konferensi internasional yang kita harapkan, karena yang hadir hari ini dan baik di Zoom itu adalah mereka-mereka yang buat makalah yang tentu saja akan terbit di jurnal internasional atau yang terindeks. Oleh karena itu pimpinan seluruhnya sangat mendukung kegiatan ini. Oleh karena itu kami mengharap walaupun ada kendala tadi itu biasa saja. Karena di dunia global ini kita banyak yang kita tidak bisa prediksi. Oleh karena itu tak usah stres ketua panitianya. Karena kami dari awal sudah stres dari jam 7. Jadi tak usah dibawa hati, hanya memang perhatian bagi yang selanjutnya, mohon MIPA, ekonomi, pasca, ya tidak terlalu siap untuk MIA JM. Oleh karena itu saya kira terus terang kami berterima kasih ke seluruh panitia yang telah menyiapkan kegiatan ini sehingga bisa terlaksana dengan baik. Dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, seminar Iconseir 2025 di Fakultas Pendidikan saya buka secara resmi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Rektor Universitas Negeri Medan atas sambutan dan kesediaannya untuk membuka acara ini.
Thank you for the Rector Universitas Negeri Medan for officially open the 7th Iconseir today.
Hadirin yang kami muliakan, acara selanjutnya, mari kita ikuti pemaparan materi pertama yang akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultom MPD dari Universitas Negeri Medan. Sesi ini akan dipandu oleh moderator kita, yaitu Ibu Vidya Dwi Amalia Zati SS MHUM. Kepada Ibu Vidya kami persilahkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the next agenda with the presentation by our first keynote speaker, Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultom MPD from Universitas Negeri Medan, Indonesia. This session will be led by our moderator, Mrs. Vidya Dwi Amalia Zati SS MHUM. We kindly invite Mrs. Vidya Dwi Amalia Zati SS MHUM. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Takwin and Bu Raras. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th International Conference on Educational Science in Industrial Era 5.0. I am Vidya Zati as the moderator of the first session. So in the first session, we have Professor Dr. Syawal Gultom MPD as the keynote speaker. Before we invite our keynote speaker, I would like to read the curriculum vitae first. Professor Dr. Syawal Gultom MPD is the current chairman of the UNIMED Senate. He was the rector of Universitas Negeri Medan from 2007 to 2011 and from 2015 to 2019. He is a professor of mathematics education at Universitas Negeri Medan. Before returning to the field of education, he was the first echelon official to the Ministry of National Education of the Republic of Indonesia, serving as head of the Education and Culture Human Resources Development Agency and Educational Quality Assurance or BPSDM PKPMP in Jakarta. During his tenure as head of the SDMPK and PMP agency, he was also the initiator and trainer of the 2013 curriculum which was implemented in Indonesia. At this time, our honorable keynote speaker has already joined with us in this room. Well, welcome Professor Dr. Syawal Gultom MPD from Universitas Negeri Medan. How are you today, Prof?
I'm fine.
Bagaimana kabarnya? Mohon maaf ya, Prof. Tadi ada sedikit ketidaknyamanan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. His Excellency our Rector, Professor Barudin, the Honorable All Vice Rector, All Dean, the Head of Institution, Secretary of Senate Universitas Negeri Medan, and all is invited speaker or we call in Indonesia keynote speaker. And all participants, the 7 International Conference in Educational Science in Industrial Era 5.0. Initially, I would like to share Mandela's quote about on education. Mandela said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." So, which you can use to change Indonesia, to change ourselves, to change our generation. So I think it is still, yes, for today. Okay. Navigating the future of education, building excellent character based on local wisdom. I'm pleased to have opportunity to spark this seminar and share my perspective on education. Hopefully, this seminar will benefit the future of education, especially in Universitas Negeri Medan. Let me share navigating the future education building excellence. I will break it down into 3 areas. So the first is building excellent character. This component focuses on developing students' moral values, ethics, and social skills to become responsible and compassionate individuals. Pada akhirnya, ternyata kita bicara ini karena inti pendidikan itu adalah bagaimana mengembangkan karakter manusia. Kalau ilmu pengetahuan yang kita berikan ini mungkin tidak akan berlaku sepanjang masa. So secondly, we will explore local wisdom. This aspect emphasizes that importance of preserving and promoting local culture. So preserving, melestarikan, mempromosikan, mempromote local culture, values, and traditions in education. Tema seminar VIP hari ini, coba bayangkan, kita bicara karakter, tapi ini 2 kutub yang sangat jauh. Diambil langsung local wisdom and global technology. Thirdly, global technology. Kita bicara di rentang yang sangat panjang ini. Kenapa? Kita bicara navigating future of education. This phrase suggests adapting to the changing landscape of education, leveraging new technologies, and preparing students for uncertain future. Jadi kalau mau mencetak yang siswa lulusan yang uncertain future itu, kita bicara dulu local wisdom, kearifan lokal dulu. Tapi di ujung sana kita akan integrasikan global technology, highlight that need to integrate in modern technology and global perspective to enhance learning outcomes and prepare students for globalized world. Bisa enggak dengan local wisdom yang dimiliki Indonesia ini dan menggabungkan global teknologi, kita melahirkan lulusan yang siap preparing student for uncertain future. Gak bisa, gak ada yang bisa menggambarkan masa depan itu. Karena itu bawalah kekuatan local wisdom ini kemanapun, tapi jangan lupa bahwa di ujung sana kita bicara soal global technology. Okay. My vision, navigating the future of education, at first itu global competence. Jadi global competence. Apa yang kita maksud dengan global? Educating student to live and work with people from diverse cultures and backgrounds, understanding multiple perspectives and addressing global challenge. Jadi betapapun kita berada di Indonesia, orang-orang Indonesia bilang think globally, act locally. Jadi kita tetap bicara di level global. Karena itu Indonesia, VIP Fakultas Pendidikan conference yang ke-7 ini bicara soal global competence. Dia bicara soal local wisdom, technology integration, tapi yang lebih sangat penting adalah ini, future skills, future ready skill. Jadi bagaimana critical thinking, problem solving, environmental awareness. Ternyata modal terpenting kita bicara soal critical thinking, kita bicara soal problem solving, dan kita bicara environmental awareness. Itu output dari pendidikan. Jadi ketika kita bicara navigating the future of education, kita bicara itu pada anak-anak Indonesia. Atau begini, local wisdom, break it down into 2 era, characteristic of local wisdom and importance of local wisdom. Karena kita saya sangat setuju, jangan ikut-ikutan kita dengan bangsa lain, sementara kita punya kearifan yang luar biasa. Bapak Ibu, teori belajar yang paling terkenal, apakah itu Vygotsky, apalagi Vygotsky, apakah Piaget, khusus Vygotsky, tidak bisa mengajarkan sesuatu yang belum ada dudukannya. Orang sebut gini, tempatkan skemata baru di atas skemata yang sudah dimiliki. Itu teori belajar. Skemata kita apa yang sudah sejak lahir? Local wisdom. Culture value-nya kita. Semua orang Indonesia punya itu. Maka kalaupun akan menempatkan nilai baru, tempatkan di atas skemata yang sudah ada. Karena tidak mungkin kita mengajarkan sesuatu yang baru, tidak ada dudukan atau skemata yang sudah dimiliki anak. Itu akan lama. Itulah saya sangat setuju dengan local wisdom itu. Makanya kita bicara apa? Cultural significance. Community based, so holistic, practical. Jadi yang namanya karakteristik local wisdom selalu berbasis kultur. Yang kita sebut local wisdom is deeply rooted, mengakar pada kemarin kita divisi itu, waktu kurikulum itu saya tertarik smart in social science research and respect to humanity, and the last is rooted and diversity. Jadi berakar pada keberagaman, sensitif terhadap kemanusiaan, tapi cerdas untuk menganalisis fenomena sosial. Nah itu penting, saya kira bahwa local wisdom deeply rooted in the culture and traditions of a community. Itu sebabnya itu kita bisa gunakan menjadi skemata yang sudah dimiliki. Karena apa? Dia berbasis komunitas, berbasis masyarakat. It is developed and shared by the community, reflecting their unique experience and perspectives. Oke. Apa pentingnya kita sebetulnya, importance of the local wisdom? Number one is digital solution, global connectivity, data driven insights, emerging trends and global governance. Itu kepentingannya gitu. Oke. There are so many skill or capabilities that we can gain from education. But I think just 5 capabilities we call distinctively human capabilities. So we start from building excellent character. Kita mulai dari start building karakter. Tadi saya bicara local wisdom dan global teknologi. Itu akan menghasilkan 4 global competence, kreativitas, emotional intelligence, and future ready skill. Benefitnya apa? Holistic education. Itulah yang tak kunjung tiba kita kerjakan. Holistic education, cultural preservation. Jadi pemertahanan dari kultur itu kita dengan belajar 3 tahun aja di Amerika terus seolah-olah kehilangan kultur kita. Dan innovation, creativity, dan global citizenship. Di atas semua itu saya lebih senang kita bicara distinctively human capabilities. We call it in Indonesia kemampuan yang spesifik, yang khusus. Just 5 distinctly human capabilities. We start from personalized learning. Believe me, in the future we will endorse personalized learning. Kita akan gagal kalau tidak mengendorse personalized learning. Apa gunanya sumber belajar yang luar biasa ini, tapi kita tidak mengendorse personalized learning? Nggak ada gunanya. Oleh karena itu, saya sangat percaya we start from personalized learning untuk menuju lifelong learning. Output yang luar biasa dari pendidikan itu mencetak lifelong learner lewat lifelong learning. Itu modalnya untuk menghasilkan ethical reasoning and creative critical thinking. Ethical reasoning itu yang hilang dari bangsa ini. Hilang. Jadi kita itu nggak pandai berargumentasi dengan etik. Lebih pandai menghina orang daripada reasoning yang beretika. Itulah yang hilang dari kita. Dan kemudian critical thinking itu yang hilang. Tapi at the end of education is collaboration and communication. Ini inti dari bangsa yang maju, bangsa yang besar itu kerjasama dan kolaborasi. Itulah intinya, komunikasinya bagus, kerjasamanya bagus. Nggak mungkin negara-negara maju itu bisa menghasilkan BMW di Jerman sana kalau bukan kerjasama anak muda yang hebat-hebat itu. Begitu anak Jerman ditantang, kamu bikin inovasi baru di BMW, turunkan cc-nya dan konsumsi minyaknya tetap atau menurun, tapi lebih powerful, twin power. Coba bayangkan, itu inovasi. Kalau naikkan cc, naikkan power, ya itu bukan inovasi. Anak-anak Jerman ditantang turunkan cc-nya dan konsumsi bahan bakarnya juga turun, tetapi tenaganya naik. Begitulah mereka menantang itu. Itu pentingnya distinctively human capabilities. So once again, I am just kick-starting this seminar. Not coverage all of this theme. All of this concept in this seminar. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Do we have a question and answer? Okay, thank you, Prof. Yeah. Okay, Prof. Thank you so much for the informative information, Prof. There is one of your statement that I really like. Ya, tadi ada Prof katakan kita jangan ikut-ikutan dengan bangsa lain karena kita punya local wisdom yang luar biasa. Nah, ini benar-benar saya sangat setuju, Prof. Karena memang sekarang ini seperti yang kita ketahui ya, there are so many teenager like right now really likes with another culture. With another country cultures. Sir, as someone that really concerned with education, as we know that you are really concerned with education, sir, can you give us some sedikit masukan ini, Prof? Kira-kira sebagai kita ini sebagai tenaga pendidik, apa yang bisa kita lakukan kepada mahasiswa agar mahasiswa dapat meningkatkan kecintaannya kepada local wisdom kita? Sedikit masukan, Prof, boleh? Boleh, Prof.
Pak Rampat mau pergi.
Oh ya, sorry, Prof.
Oke ya. Kan gini ya. Pendidikan itu proses yang panjang dan dia kita ambil saja yang pernah dikemukakan oleh John Dewey. Saya kira nggak ada yang nggak paham, yang tidak kenal John Dewey di ruang apalagi di FIP. John Dewey bilang begini, education is life itself, not preparation for life. Jadi kalau kita mau mempertahankan tetap mahasiswa ini memiliki kearifan lokal, kenapa saya tertarik dengan kearifan lokal? Bukankah kita sudah ke Amerika? Bukankah kita sudah ke Australia? Bukankah kita sudah ke Inggris? Ternyata kearifan lokal Indonesia itu, suku per suku, nggak kalah hebat dengan sana. Kalau kita meniru sana, agak canggung kita mengerjakannya. Tapi kalau kita memelihara kearifan lokal yang sudah kita miliki, jauh lebih melekat pada perilaku. So, oleh karena itu, seluruh proses pendidikan negeri ini, mata kuliah semuanya, whatever mata kuliahnya, dari seluruh pertemuan, mestinya punya strategi untuk mengintegrasikan kearifan lokal. Kearifan lokal apa yang paling dimiliki misalnya? Saya nggak bisa menceritakan kearifan lokal yang lain. Tapi kalau kalian suruh saya menceritakan kearifan lokal yang ada di tanah Batak, saya tahu. Kata bapak saya, patuk kang uluat tois sama goan. Patun itu jadilah orang bijak lagi santun. Itulah sumber kehidupan. Dan bila kau layas tidak santun, itulah sumber malapetaka. Jadi saya yang membuat saya sebetulnya jadi malapetaka. Karena saya kehilangan nilai kearifan lokal tadi. Ya kan? Baris-baris ni gajah di dolok ni Pangaluan molo marsuru raja ikut dolan molo nyuropo molo sunoro mahamagoan. Artinya apa? Di situ kalau pimpinan sudah menyuruh kita kerjakan. Mengapa? Karena itulah sumber rezeki. Kalau pimpinan menyuruh kita tidak dikerjakan, awal mula malapetaka. Itu prinsipnya orang Batak. Jadi kenapa di Indonesia ini pimpinan pun tak didengar? Tapi ingat, di orang Batak itu menjadi pimpinan pun ada persyaratan. Kalau persyaratan ini tidak dimiliki, jangan jadi pemimpin. Nah, itu masalahnya sekarang. Tapi di orang Batak, begitu ada pemimpin, dia langsung ikut itu. Lihat, persyaratan pertama untuk jadi pemimpin kaya harta. Amuraun hagabeun. Kaya anak laki-laki dan anak perempuan. Oke, itu yang kedua. Jadi keturunan harus lengkap. Hasangapun, kalau keturunan sudah lengkap, harta melimpah ruah, carilah jabatan. Hasangapun itu hanya ada kalau kita jadi penguasa, punya kekuasaan, baru lahir hasangapun. Coba bayangkan, bagaimana mungkin si pemimpin tadi ini, dia nggak peduli, udah selesai dengan dirinya karena harta melimpah. Sudah selesaikan dirinya, punya keturunan yang cantik-cantik, yang ganteng-ganteng, laki-laki dan perempuan. Begitu dia jadi pemimpin, dia tak menipu rakyatnya. Karena tuntas dengan dirinya. Hartaku ini pun 7 keturunan gak habis-habis. Ngapain aku mengambil dari kalian? Penipu-penipu ini, rakyat kan kira. Untuk apa saya? Tak penting bagi saya ngambil dari kalian. Karena itu saya selalu konsisten jadi contoh. Maka sedikit aja saya suruh rakyat, langsung semua mengerjakan. Mereka bilang, ini awal mula dari rezeki, awal mula kebaikan. Kalau saya menolak dia, inilah awal mula kehancuran bagi saya. Prinsip itu yang ada. Harusnya itu yang berulang-ulang ditanamkan. Jadi orang Batak jangan cari anggota dewan kalau masih miskin. Menipu ujungnya. Masalahnya kan di situ sekarang. Nah, kearifan local wisdom itulah yang mestinya, ya kan? Kalau orang Minang ketika di luar mau di dalam, nggak paham saya. Kalau orang Jawa saya paham, ngono yang ngono nih, ojo ngono, ojo dume, aku tahu menjelaskannya gitu loh. Nah, tapi karena aku latarnya orang Batak, kearifan sebetulnya luar biasa sebenarnya. Kenapa kita tidak memperkuat itu sebenarnya daripada setelah kita jalan-jalan ke seluruh dunia, ternyata wah yang di kampung saya itu luar biasa rupanya begitu. Dan bagaimana respeknya kita di kampung saya sebagai orang Batak, jangankan berkata kasar, jangankan itu, saya bicara tak diberi kesempatan pun offside namanya, begitu santunnya saya tunggu baik-baik, itulah sejatinya nilai orang Batak. Jadi sekarang orang Batak di Jakarta dipersepsi, copet, cuman tali pinggang yang nggak bisa dicopetnya, seolah-olah. Padahal jauh itu nggak ada. Jangankan untuk berkata kasar menyakitkan teman, saya mendahului dia cakap juga tanpa diberi kesempatan. Saya tidak mau. Malu saya itu, memalukan sekali, itu offside namanya. Bicaralah kalau diberi kesempatan. Makanya jolon ini tidak biasa di kata nila kau tujuh sinario tu pudi. Kenapa dibilang kayak gituan? Kalau mau cakap itu, ya mbok pikir dulu 2 kali 3 kali atau menghitung jus 1 sampai 10 sebelum cakap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10 gitu. Jadi kenapa nggak begitu lagi sekarang orang Batak? Nah, saya kembali ke pertanyaan itu. Karena kita pun tidak terlalu kuat mengintegrasikannya sejak SD. Jadi kalau pertanyaan saya jawab, gimana caranya? Makanya harus dari PAUD, dari SD, SMP, SMA. Dari situ kita. Karena ini kaitannya local wisdom itu lebih pada karakter, lebih pada value, pada nilai. Nilai hanya bisa diajarkan 0, 5, 6, 12 yang efektif. Betapapun ketika otak Einstein dioperasi masih berkembang juga otaknya. Jadi ada masa the golden age tentang penanaman nilai. Kalau skill itu nggak apa, sekarang pun kita masih bisa belajar S3. Ayo siapa yang mau aku tantang belajar S3 duluan kita? Pak Perampat mau kita ngambil S3 antropologi lagi sama kita? Masih bisa kita ngambil S3 sekarang, masih bisa. Tapi kalau mau memperbaiki sikapnya, mahasiswa kita itu kalau kita cerita baik-baik, lebay Bapak ini macam nggak tahu Bapak ini apa yang terjadi di Republik ini. Begitu saya cerita baik-baik, kita harus begini dong, kita karakternya harus begini. Unimed ini kan karakter building universitas, lebay Bapak ini. Kenapa mahasiswa kita seperti itu? Karena memang sudah terbentuk apatisnya itu terhadap nilai-nilai yang baik. Kenapa? Terlambat. Nah, kalau di FIP sekarang calon guru dengan tema seminar kita hari ini, udahlah kita explore. Tadi ketika secondly, saya ngomong gitu kan, the first building karakter, secondly combining local wisdom with global technology. Kan gitu saya ngomong. Tapi tadi ketika local wisdom, kalau Anda perhatikan, saya bilang we will explore the local wisdom. Dan saya bagi dua tadi kan, local wisdom itu. Ada manfaatnya dan ada karakteristiknya. Kalau digital teknologi nggak saya buat lagi begitu, karena udah tahu semua kita. Betapa pandangan saya hari ini, local wisdom inilah yang bisa menyelamatkan bangsa ini. Itu kalau mau menyelamatkan bangsa ini. Jadilah kita orang Indonesia, udah titik. Nggak usah sok-sok orang lain gitu. Tapi kenapa kita bahasa Inggris? Namanya seminar internasional. Itu pun kan kita campur-campur juga untuk mencintai bahasa Indonesia itu kan. Ya bukan nggak bisa kita bahasa Inggris semuanya. Tapi salah. Artinya apa? Udahlah kalau mau menyelamatkan negeri ini, cobalah kita eksplorasi dulu. Sebenarnya nilai kita apa yang kita sudah miliki. Itu yang kita perkuat. Jadi menurut saya begitu supaya ada highlight yang kita berikan pada seminar kali ini. Hoping it will be beneficial for the future of education in Universitas Negeri Medan, especially in Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Please give applause for our amazing keynote speaker. Thank you. Okay, I will give the floor to our MC.
Baik, terima kasih banyak kami ucapkan kepada Profesor Dr. Syawal Gultom MPD atas materinya, serta moderator yang telah memandu sesi pertama ini. Izin kami undang kembali Prof untuk ke depan untuk penyerahan sertifikat yang akan diserahkan oleh Rektor Universitas Negeri Medan yang didampingi oleh Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan.
We would like to express our gratitude to Professor Dr. Syawal Gultom for the insightful presentation and our moderator. We also would like to invite the Rector Universitas Negeri Medan, accompanied by Dean of Faculty of Education, to kindly present the certificate to our keynote speaker.
Izin kepada Bapak Rektor, Bapak Ketua Senat, dan Bapak Dekan untuk tetap di tempat. Dan kami undang Ibu Sekretaris Senat, Bapak Ibu Wakil Rektor, Bapak Ibu Dekan, Direktur Pasca Sarjana, Kepala Biro beserta Ketua Lembaga untuk hadir ke depan dalam sesi foto bersama.
With all due respect, we kindly ask the Director, the Head of Senate, Secretary of Senate, Vice Rector, Postgraduate Deans, Director Postgraduate Program, Head of Institution, Head of Administrative Office for join the group's photo session.
Izin kepada seluruh peserta untuk bisa berdiri karena kita akan mengambil foto bersama dari arah depan.
Beda lagi kan?
Terima kasih kami sampaikan kepada Bapak Rektor, Bapak Ketua Senat, Ibu Sekretaris Senat, Bapak Ibu Wakil Rektor, Ketua Lembaga, Bapak Ibu Dekan, Bapak Direktur Pasca Sarjana, dan Kepala Biro yang sudah menghadiri dan mendukung kegiatan Iconseir ke-7 pada hari ini.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Rector, to Head of the Senate, Secretary of Senate, Vice Rector, Head of Institutions, Deans, Director Postgraduate Program, and Head of Administration Office for your presence and support for the 7 Iconseir today.
Baik, hadirin yang kami hormati, kita akan break sejenak dan kami silahkan untuk peserta Iconseir untuk coffee break.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have time for coffee break. Please kindly have a break.
Cek cek. Biasa ngapain wisuda apa segala macam.
Apa? Di sini aja.
Aku diaktifin mikrofon ya?
Ya,
Cek.
Baik. Hadirin yang kami hormati, acara akan kembali kita lanjutkan. Acara selanjutnya yaitu marilah kita ikuti pemaparan materi kedua oleh Associate Professor Lisa Jaka dan Dr. Julie Lindsay dari University of Southern Queensland, Australia. Sesi ini akan dipandu oleh moderator kita yaitu Ibu Nina Afria Damayanti SPD MSc. Kepada Ibu Nina kami persilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the next agenda. It's a presentations by our second keynote speaker, Associate Professor Lisa Jaka and Dr. Julia Lindsay from University of Southern Queensland, Australia. This session will be led by our moderator, Miss Nina Afria Damayanti SPD MSc. We kindly invite Miss Nina Afria Damayanti. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Takwin. Okay, hello, good morning, everyone. As we know that today conference is held with hybrid format, we are live from the Emerald Garden Hotel and also we are live through Zoom. All right. Everyone, my name is Nina, and I'm very delighted to be your moderator for this second keynote session this morning. And it's truly an honor to take part in the 7th International Conference on Educational Science in the Industrial Era 5.0, titled Navigating the Future of Education, Building Excellent Character Based on Local Wisdom and Global Technology. And I'm very happy because in this very session, I would like to welcome our two speakers from the University of West Southern Queensland, Australia, Associate Professor Lisa Jaka and Dr. Julie Lindsay. I would like to invite the two of them to the screen. Hello, Professor Lisa Jaka and Dr. Julie Lindsay. Are you already joined?
Yes, hello, Julie Lindsay here.
Hello, Nina. I'm here. Lisa.
Would you like us to share our slides now?
Oh, yeah. Hi, Professor Jaka. I'm sorry about, there is a technical issue like 10 minutes ago and we need to fix it. So you have to wait several minutes right there. I'm sorry for you and also Dr. Lindsay. How are you, by the way?
Very well, thank you. And no problem with waiting. Would you like, is Julie able to share her slides?
Yes, thank you very much for responding. And how about Dr. Lindsay? Hi, Dr. Lindsay, how are you?
Very well, thanks. Good.
All
Ready
right,
to
thank
go.
you. All right, everyone, before we start this session, I would like to read our speakers right here from their recent bio. Okay, so Associate Professor Lisa Jaka is an honorary associate professor at the University of Southern Queensland in the Learning and Teaching Futures portfolio. That drawing from over 2 decades higher education experience across 4 Australian university associate professor, also emerged as a visionary in educational innovation. And also, the committee, please help me to share the bio of Dr. Lindsay. Okay. Dr. Lindsay currently is a senior education technology advisor at the University of Southern Queensland that is globally recognized education leader and also innovator whose 35 plus years in the field that have established her as a thought leader in educational technology and transformative learning design. All right, without further ado, I would like to welcome and also let Professor Chaka and also Dr. Lindsay to deliver their keynote speech. Please, the screen is yours.
Thanks, Nina, and thank you for the lovely introduction. That's going to save me a bit of an introduction as well, but that's great. We're really delighted to have been asked to come and present today, and we're looking forward to sharing some of the things we've been doing and hopefully take some questions at the end and hopefully give you some answers that might help with all of the things that you're thinking about. And the global and the technology are things that both Julie and I are very excited and passionate about. So I feel that we've got a really good alignment here. So yes, so we're calling this Reimagining Learning in an AI-empowered world. And what more global technology do we have at the moment but AI? So Julie, Julie's the slide mover alonger. So if we're going to have the next slide. So we've introduced ourselves, but I did actually want to add that both Julie and I have worked as teachers in high schools in Australia, and Julie's also worked overseas, and she might tell you about that in a minute. And I've worked in the School of Education at a number of universities. So we do have an education background that's broader than simply being educational technology advisors or an associate professor. So we're happy to connect with anybody as well and to share our details at a later date. I'll hand over to you now, Julie. Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, got it. Hi, everyone. Yes, thanks, Lisa. Look, I've worked in 6 different countries, K-12, and now I'm in higher education, and it's an exciting place to be in the emerging era of AI. But let's get straight into this. And let's start talking. Oops, there we go. So I wanted to start with some things that have come across my desk just recently. It's a mad world out there. There's lots of AI coming across our desks, in our email, on LinkedIn, in different places. And I thought I'd share this with you as a bit of a starter. Now, we see lots of frameworks and mapping of different aspects to do with artificial intelligence. And this one is quite interesting. This is from Richard Colata, the profile of an AI-ready graduate. Now, Richard is the CEO of ISTE, which is the International Society for Technology in Education. And they're combined with ASCD, you can see on that slide there. But I do like what he says here, where he says, in addition to just knowing about AI, students need to practice using AI to think deeper, create better, and solve problems more efficiently than they could on their own. And I think that's a good message. And I really like the 6 core roles that he has outlined there in his framework. Another thing that's come across my desk in the last week, I follow this person called Pascal Bornet on LinkedIn, and he really writes a lot about how we interact with AI. And we're going to bring this up during our presentation here today as well. And one of his main questions is, how do we build trust between humans and agents? We're quite suspicious, aren't we, as humans? And I know, particularly working in education, education can be very conservative. It can be very negative towards new technologies. I've worked with technology for 40 years in education. That's a long time. Seen a few changes, I guess. And the pattern is usually the same. The pattern is usually that there's a fear factor. Why should we adopt this? What's the benefit going to be? How's it going to impact the students? How's it going to impact the staff? And how do we get through this? And of course, AI has raised a lot of those questions. All right, so I want to start with this provocation as well. We keep asking, will AI replace humans? When I suggest to you that we should be asking, how will AI help us become more human? So it's not just a replacement. It's not just, oh, well, you can do it and I'll just have a rest. No. How do we interact with AI that brings out the human side of us and utilizes AI to our advantage? So the role of AI is quite an important discussion, and we're having that in different places around the world and within our university. So, of course, part of the role of AI is to replace humans. I mean, some of those menial tasks that we really don't like doing, AI can do those. But the other side of the coin, of course, is that AI can amplify human potential or augment what we do. Now, I've been thinking lately about the role of technology in life, in learning, the historical perspective. You know, going back 100 years ago, people didn't have phones. Well, they had those funny big phones in the house, they had one of them. People only just started getting refrigerators 100 years ago. So, and there was fear then, I know. There is, change is difficult. So I guess one of the key messages right from the start that we're going to share with you is, don't be afraid of change and consider how to leverage these different changes. Have a think about this as well. Now, I don't know, you may know Shakespeare. In one of Shakespeare's plays, he talks about a rose by any other name. Now, when we say that, and Lisa and I have actually written a paper about that, we're meaning, does calling something AI automatically make it good? What if we called it something else? What if we called it collective intelligence? How would we relate to that? Would we relate to that in a different way? Collective intelligence, wow, that's great. We can really go places with that term. But then we come back to artificial intelligence and we go, oh, what does that mean? Is that are robots going to take over the world? So, sometimes it is in a name. But the challenge in higher education is that the AI label often triggers biases, and that we don't understand or see the pedagogical benefits and educational innovation straight away. And really, another question for you is the real challenge to cultivate human-centered learning. And how do we do that? And personalized learning. One of the previous speakers talked about personalized learning. We'll talk about that as well. Lisa, over to you.
Thanks, Julie. So what we wanted to do was bring this down to a few things that are specific, I guess, to our context, and our local context, but actually also a context that we all share. And I feel that something like the student experience is what really underpins all of us, whether we're in higher education or in K-12 education. What we really are there to be thinking about is what the student experience is. And one of the real positives about AI is the way that it can help with these sorts of improvements. And we've got a bit of a list there of the things that we felt if we can improve learning outcomes, engagement, accessibility, feedback, guidance, support, creativity, and collaboration, then these things are going to lead to student success. And we know this from research that's been done before. These are some of the problems that we have. And so when we're looking at a technology, any technology really, but technology like AI, we're looking to ways to use it to solve these problems. We've particularly found creativity and collaboration have become a real key one for us lately, whereas I think maybe even 12 months ago, it was more about things like feedback or support or guidance. And so really the evolving place that AI has in our lives has been quite interesting, and probably harks back to what Julie was saying about even reflecting on 100 years ago. I feel like even just over the last 12 months, things have changed as we've explored this. And so my message would also be, you need to just kind of, get in there and explore it and start to see what emerges. So I have the next slide, Julie. So just a couple of things. So, and maybe I feel like maybe they're obvious things, but maybe they're not. One of the really useful ways of using AI is this personalized learning, which again, it was mentioned previously. I've got a little list there in the box, and some of that, like something like Duolingo, for anybody who's used that as a tool, is including a game type of environment that sits in your phone that you can interact with and learn a language, or even chess or music, or they're adding all sorts of different things into there. And it's got this real sense of, this is how I'm learning something in a personalized way. And it's the capacity of AI to respond to us in a personal way that makes it most meaningful. And the reason I mention something like, say, Duolingo is because I think when we're working in the education sector, we can really learn from the ways that those sorts of learning environments are built and targeted at learners, and the way that learners are learning, and that we really need to take some of that on board when we're working in our context as well. So go to the next slide, Julie. One of the other things, so sort of seeing, so there's learning, and then there's also personalized support. And one that we're really, it is really important to us, and I feel it should be important to everybody, is accessibility. And we've put a link there to Goblin Tools, which somebody in our accessibility section in the university said, oh, have you seen this? And it's a fabulous set of free tools that can actually support you and your students to do all sorts of different things in that space. So I would recommend you have a look. And these sorts of tools are emerging more and more, again, as we move through this. And it's this idea that you can actually, suddenly it can be personalized. So we're not, the problem of, oh, well, but how do we do this for everybody? Doesn't need to be how do we do this for everybody, because individuals can actually do it for themselves. So it breaks down some of those problems that we've had in the past of making things accessible and being able to see how people are learning when we have so many learners. Okay, go to the next slide. Oh, okay. So if we've got the learning and we've got the support, but the really interesting stuff is the need for student success that has innovation, and then also the human-centered approach. So I'm just going to talk briefly about that. So we'll get my next slide. Okay, so first to innovation. So we've got some of those basic things that I talked about before, but if we don't also include innovation in this, then we're kind of just probably doing the same things that we've always been doing, and we just happen to be using the technology. So I've just highlighted a couple of ways to think about innovation here. And one of them is really changing the way that we think about learning and teaching. And I think that's why it's important to have these types of conferences and to talk about what people are doing, to be able to reframe your own perception. So you might get a little idea and go, oh, actually, I hadn't thought about doing it that way, and then trying it out. Things like changing the practices that we feel like maybe we've always done it this way. Particularly what we're seeing, we're all using learning management systems in our university sector, and increasingly in K-12. The AI systems are being built now to sit really inside those learning management systems and helping staff to do things more efficiently, to mean students can get 24/7 support and things like that. And again, we wouldn't have thought about this probably even 6 months ago. And just on the engagement one, things like we've used tools that can create H5Ps for us. that then helps us to create interactive experiences. So the AI tools are actually helping us to be more creative and creating those engaging experiences for our students. So things that you might have thought were too hard to do before are suddenly out there and able to be done easily. Next slide, Julie. And just on the human-centered, so we have this feeling that AI is going to take away the teacher, but actually what it's doing is the teacher is starting to have a different sort of role. However, AI is actually also becoming very good at doing some of these things like the social, emotional and higher order thinking. And so I can see that in the future it's going to become even closer. And if we can go to my next slide. I wanted to bring this to everybody's attention if you haven't seen it before. So a very long word here, I'm going to try and pronounce it correctly. Anthropomorphization. And it's the idea that we actually attribute human form or personality to things that are not human. So I find it very interesting that with AI tools, in particular, I'm good friends with Claude, and it's very difficult not to call Claude a he, but Claude isn't a he, Claude's just the AI tool. And if you can read the screenshot I've got there, was actually when I asked Claude about whether it was human or not. And so some of you probably have been having these types of conversations with your favorite AI tools. And there's something in us as humans that we want to also have that come out in those AI tools we're interacting with. I find it's a really interesting space to be moving into. So I'll hand that over to you, Julie. You're on mute again.
Goodness, and I got the pronunciation right. I'll try again. Talking about anthropomorphism, the work I've been doing, and Lisa as well, over the last 6 months in particular, is developing AI bots and agents. And from my point of view, I like to give them a name, actually. I like to give them an identity. And often my bots and agents are female. Now that's, a female name in probably more in a Western sense at this point. But you know, this will evolve. But I like to think that this is a person helping me or helping the people I've created it for. So these are just 3 examples that I wanted to share with you today. Bridget, now I created Bridget to be the AI facilitative chatbot at a face-to-face workshop when I was in France earlier this year. And people used Bridget to find out, well, what should I be doing now in the workshop? You know, it was a 6-hour workshop. There was a schedule. There were things that the groups had to do, and there were things that concepts they had to understand. And so Bridget had all of that information. And for example, you could ask Bridget, well, what is a moonshot pitch? Why do I have to create one, and what does it mean? And she was there right away to help. Facilitative chatbot, and she knew what am I supposed to be doing? It's 2 o'clock. I've just had lunch. What are we up to? And she would tell the group. Another one I've created is Explainer Ellie, and Ellie uses the Feynman technique and the prompting or the back-end code that I've used, which is simply just text. In fact, I actually get Claude to help me write the code in some cases, or help me to adapt the code that I found somewhere else. And so Ellie just provides these simple explanations. It's wonderful, and analogies, and it's just like, oh, I get it now. And then Contrary Connie provides an enhanced human AI world focus. Now, I'm going to go into that in a bit more detail in a minute, but this AI agent encourages constructive and critical discussion, right? So it's not about giving the answer, right? Bridget is more about giving the answer. Ellie is also more about giving the answer, but we're moving now towards an agent that doesn't just give the answers, but provides different viewpoints and questions, the person asking the question as well. So that brings me to this whole idea about, so what is a chatbot versus an AI agent? All right, understanding the difference. I actually think it's important to understand this difference. Now, at our university, we're implementing an Australian-developed tool called Cogniti. Lisa's been running a pilot in the last 6 months around that. And a lot of our colleagues, the academics, are building chatbots for students to understand the course that they're doing. So What is the assessment? When is it due? What does the assessment mean? Can you explain it to me? That sort of thing. So it's quite low level chatbot development, but it's a start. When I asked explainer Ellie what the difference was between a chatbot and an agent, this is what she told me. She said, a chatbot is a quick, efficient, and transactional interaction, like a vending machine. So you go to a vending machine and you know you want that chocolate bar or you know you want that coffee. All right, so the machine will give it to you. So you want to know something, the machine will give it to you, okay? But an agent is able to recommend, customize, and engage emotionally. Now, there could be a whole discussion around that statement, which we don't have time to go into, but think about it. So the analogy here, of course, is a cafe barista. So you usually, well, except for me, I usually just go up and say a long black coffee. But yeah, a lot of people go up, I'll have a soy latte with whatever on the side. And you can customize and engage with the barista. And this is what I like this definition because it helps me to think, yes, the agent is going to provide more and engage more emotionally. So the bot answers and the agent helps and collaborates and co-creates. Now, my challenge that I've given myself in the work that we're doing is to build an AI agent that becomes an equal learning partner in a global team. Now, let me talk more about the background to this. And really, the question that I ask myself and I ask other people, what if your next collaborator wasn't human? You know, when we put students into groups, now this could be localized within our university, or it could be a global group that you have your students working with. So it's not just a tool, not just a chatbot, but a learning partner. And you think, well, if we did that, how is that different to what we're doing now? Well, lots of things we could talk about there. Now, I want to bring this term to your attention. This is a term that is in my book that I wrote in 2016. The reference is on a slide at the end of this presentation. And the term is cosmogogy. And as I've put here, cosmos is from the Greek meaning world or universe, and agogy, as we know, like pedagogy or hortagogy, means leading or teaching. So my definition of this term is the method and practice of learning while connected to the world using digital technologies, and essentially it's learning with rather than about. You know, often we say, yes, the course I have developed for my students, of course it's global. They're learning about the world. They're learning about the economics in another country. They're learning about the history of another country. But that's not the same as learning with. So learning with, under the cosmogogy banner, is not location-based, and who you learn with and what you construct together is most important. So like Lisa was saying, it's a whole different approach to learning and teaching, and it's taking a whole different sort of mindset towards it. Now, I just added quickly, the previous speaker was talking about global and local knowledge and wisdom, and I just added quickly this last bit at the bottom of this slide. Global or globalization is a term I do use quite often, and a global approach refers to global connections that enhance local learning experiences and wisdom. So it's bringing that global understanding back into your local context to enhance the local context. And I like the image here, and of course ChatGPT created this image for me. What if learning wasn't bound by location but by connection? And of course with the online learning that we have today, the distance education, this is already happening, but it's not happening enough as far as I'm concerned. All right, just moving quickly through this. So I've developed this cosmogogy learning ecosystem, which involves the human AI world. And we have different connections. I could go on about this for a long time, but I won't. We don't have time. So I just thought I'd show you the different interconnections. So the human AI partnership, we're talking about co-creation and adaptive learning and ethical decision making, how we interact as humans with AI. And then humans with the world connection, well, to connect and learn with the world, we need global citizenship. We need cultural exchange and cultural understanding, and we need, that social impact initiatives. And then, of course, the AI world interface means that we can gather real-time data, we can do predictive modeling and resource optimization. And there's some complicated words there and complicated actions, but it all is contained in the Cosmogogy learning ecosystem. All right, so just a couple more things before I pass back to Lisa. Now, I've just launched a global project called the Cosmogogy Collaborative. It's a global collaborative project for higher ed. And briefly, what this means is that global student teams, so teams that are mixed, so you might have partners in Germany or Brazil or Uganda, which we do, or Nigeria is another country that's in this particular pilot project. And it's an 8-week program. And the idea is that the students in groups tackle authentic sustainability challenges. That's our theme at the moment. Now, because it's cross-border learning, it is beyond synchronous. We are doing some synchronous work, but the focus is on asynchronous collaboration and co-creation. And that's where AI agents must come in to support us. Real world issues, I won't read that out. When you get these slides, you will, there is actually a teaser video for this project that you can watch. It was created by Notebook LM, another AI tool, and it's actually very good. All right, just finally, the AI agent that I've developed for this particular collaboration, Cosmogogy Collaborative, is Collaboration Cosmo. Now, I didn't use ChatGPT for this one. I've used Boodlebox, which is a great tool. And basically, with this tool, when you create an iteration of the agent, you can have a number of people in there connecting with the agent and connecting with each other, which is different to the tools that I generally work with, like ChatGPT. It's just me with ChatGPT or just me with Claude. All right, and this agent is acting as an equal team member. So it responds to discussions, it organizes, it's a project manager, it will do translations, it will say, what have you done? Your team member when you were asleep did this, those sort of things, okay? So it's still in pilot mode, but we're hoping that this will work really well. Lisa, over to you.
Thanks, Julie. And I've noticed that you didn't give your collaboration Cosmos a name, you didn't anthropomorphize it.
Well, I guess for once it's a bit of it, isn't it? Yes.
Yes, it is an it. Interesting.
So you can call it whatever you like, he or she.
And I wonder if that's actually is important part of it, because you're thinking about it as being a collaborator. And so maybe, and technology is never neutral, but maybe in a more neutral, ungendered kind of way. So it's just a thought that came to me as you were presenting that section. Okay, so what I'd like to talk about briefly now is what we've been working on as a framework for seamless AI integration, and kind of an umbrella concept that we've got lots of other things sitting under. And we've called it the AI Pedagogy Project. And the reason we started this specifically as a pedagogy project was to try and shift the academics we were working with, to try and shift them away from thinking about AI as something that was just helping students cheat and how were they going to ban it, and it was a terrible doom and gloom. We felt that there was so much opportunity that we needed to reframe the concept of teaching and learning in our context, that we needed upfront to say, when we're talking about AI, we're talking about it now in how we can bring it into the pedagogical practice that we're having. And so the graphic there gives you some ideas about the framework. We've got sort of 5 key aspects happening within it. One of the main ones is the community of practice, where we're bringing everybody on board. We're listening to what people want. Then we're running in time, timely sessions depending on what's happening in the world, what other people are doing. We're bringing other people in. So we're really listening to the staff in a way that we can then respond to that. And also within this, we're looking at different tools and then working with staff to, we're evaluating, and we're doing things like talking to all of you here today. We put this under our kind of valuing research, and linking in with other universities is really important part of it as that big picture, but it's about pedagogy. It's not about academic integrity, which was certainly a big deal about 3 years ago, and everybody was freaking out in the university sector in Australia in particular. The next slide will highlight for you something we're very excited about. So our AIPP, as we abbreviate it to, has actually been recognised in EduCause's Horizon report for 2025. And there was a little blurb that's actually in the report. We put a link to it. Hopefully, as people working in the education sector, you are aware of the Horizon report. There's quite a lot in there about AI this year, you know, more so than there was last year. So it always shows a good shift of what's actually going on across the sector. So we were very excited to be recognised in this. And next week, we're actually going to Melbourne to present as part of the CULT Awards with 7 other universities. There's 8 of us who've been nominated as finalists, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we might come out on top with that one. But we've also been recognised that what we're doing as part of this project is something a little bit unique. So if anybody's interested and you want to reach out and talk to us at another time about that, we're really happy to share. So what we're just going to kind of bring things to a bit of a conclusion, we want to give you a few examples. Julie mentioned Cogniti. So one of the tools that we've been piloting, and we like to pilot stuff and test it out and do that sort of thing before we fully implement it. If you haven't heard of Cogniti, probably some of you might have, hopefully you all have. It's actually a tool that's been developed by Sydney University. So it's been designed by educators, built by educators, it's there for educators. And we've been working with our staff over a number of weeks, particularly leading up to our teaching semester that we're in at the moment. We were really working on upskilling them and also having conversations about why they were doing it, how they were going to do it, and what it was going to look like. And one of the things about Cogniti, and it made me think as well, Julie, when you're talking about the collaborative work with the bots, Cogniti has a back end, if you like, where as the educator who's built it, and then you get your students to use it, you can see the interactions that the students are having with the bot. And so as the educator who's built it, it's not like you just send it out and never see what's going on. You can actually get that response in a way that you can then respond as yourself back to your students. So it's providing this really strong analytical and feedback tool that still draws the teacher in. So it doesn't get rid of the teacher. It actually suddenly relieves you of some of the drudgery so that you can actually do the hard work of seeing what it is, how you can help your students. So if you haven't looked at it already, I would recommend looking into that. Julie.
Sorry, yes. Okay,
that's right, go ahead.
Another artifact that we have developed in the last 12 months is this AI Power Up. Now, 12 months ago, as part of the AIPP, as part of our community of practice, we were having meetings and academics were coming to meetings saying, oh, we don't know what to tell the students about AI, and they don't know how to use AI, and we don't know really how to use it. We don't know. We're just confused. And so we decided to work together to build this artifact that helps students and staff to learn the basics of AI and the approach that our particular university is taking to AI. Now, we've put all of the resources on a public-facing website, so you will be able to have a look at that as well. The students normally interact with it through our learning management system, which is Moodle. So that's how they access it. But just a few other little things about this. So it has 4 modules. Students can jump around. They don't have to work through it like it's a pre-course assessment or anything like that. It's just they jump in and out of it. We use interactive tools like H5P to present the knowledge. We use Synthesia, which is an AI tool to create the videos. And you can see the modules start with foundations, then go to learning, academic writing, and then of course module 4, it talks about AI for assessment, the way that we're approaching assessment at the moment. So the students can go in and say, well, oh, I understand now. This is what I have to do if it's a written essay. This is how we're approaching it. So This is Synthesia is a great tool. I recommend you have a look at it to create avatar-based videos. And then, of course, we've got flashcards, hotspotted images, scaffolded content, and reflection activities as part of this. But you can jump in and out and use the bits that you need when you need the knowledge. It's very much just in time. So we're just in the process now of updating it for next year because things have shifted a little bit. In fact, our assessment policy or our approach to assessment has shifted for next year as well. So we will need to update Module 4 and put it out to the students at the start of January or middle of January. Right, so will I close this one? Yeah, or do you want to do it, Lisa?
No, you can go right ahead, Julie.
All right, so I guess some final messages as we close this keynote. For us, we embrace technology. So, of course, we're embracing AI. It's fun. It's exciting. Yes, we have to be mindful of ethical considerations. Yes, we have to be mindful of where the data is stored and all of those things. But that's a given. We don't need to dwell on that. We'll fix that. It's okay. We want to embrace it and reimagine what learning looks like for student success while we use AI. We want to build capacity. We want curriculum integration. We want learner-centric assessment choices as we've got there. And we're really pushing for a whole institution inclusive approach. And as part of the AI pedagogy project, to focus very much on the pedagogy. What does AI pedagogy look like? And we don't have all the good answers yet. We have some of them, but we're exploring, and this is where the creativity comes in. And once again, it's contextual. AI-driven assessment and AI-driven learning, or integrated learning, not so much driven, probably will look different in our university to what it will or does look like in your university. And you need to be mindful of that as well. And we've got some references there as well that you can access. So that's basically it. And we welcome any questions or comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Liz and also Professor Jaka. It's really interesting your nationality. Sorry. Okay. Basically, currently I'm in the research that developing a game for a child, to building very a very simple construction game. We are trying to uncover children aged 4 to 6 years old, their creativity character on play blocks digitally, and what it turns really tiring when we developing every aspect of the game, like to make it way more fun, and still it can assess their creativity aspect through that game by playing blocks digitally. So by listening your delivered speech about how you two develop the such an AI tech as study partner for students currently, it's really impressive. And actually, I really interested to know about the Bridget and also the explainer Ellie and contrary Connie. What do you think that these three types of the AI can help the student, as you mentioned, to improve the students successful in the first place, that you mentioned that student success that centered in the learning outcomes, engagement, accessibility, support, creativity, and collaboration. And yes, please, Dr. Lindsay or Professor Chaka, you may answer my question first.
Yes, absolutely. So I think what the AI agent or agents provide, or the chatbots as well, is that opportunity for students to examine critically their ideas and to develop their digital literacy and their AI literacy, And it's not like, it's way beyond Google. You know, I'm old enough to remember when the internet first started and when we first got Google and how wonderful that was. And then we got all these other things, but it's not like that. This is so different. There's another chatbot or another agent that I developed called Sarcastic Socrates. Now, I love having conversations with sarcastic Socrates. Lisa doesn't. It's not one of her favorite ones. But he will challenge me. He asks me questions. And I find that very interesting. You know, what do you mean by that? And did you think of this? And well, that sounds silly. Have you rethought it in this way? And so it's not just giving me information, it's actually a two-way conversation or interaction. Did you want to add something to that, Lisa?
Yeah, it's because it's reminded me of when you talk about questions as well, because I think something that's really fundamentally important and I find exciting is that being able to ask a good question is so important to get the most out of these AI agents or chatbots or even Google these days with the AI interpretations. And so I feel like actually getting our students to understand how to ask good questions, which if we think about how we want them to be good teachers, is to be able to ask good questions as well. If we all become better at asking questions, then what an amazing world we're going to be in, because we won't just be just asking for the cup of tea. We'll be asking about, well, why did you make it like that? And oh, what if I had it like this? So we're actually developing our critical thinking because we have to, I think, to be able to get the most out of these interactions.
All right. Thank you for the answer. And I think I, totally agree with the two of you, of course. And sometimes I use, like a chat GPT is very popular here to use in support our learning process. Even me to support, for example, if I want to develop such research projects, sometimes I took the chat GPT, for example, to, to help me to brainstorm the, what kind of, just to translate what I thought and what I'm thinking that this is going to be a big issue and help me, to validate my feelings. So yeah, I need that kind of AI as well. Okay, that's from me, the question, and I will let all the participants right here, both that currently on the room and also in the Zoom. If you guys have any question, please raise your hand and unmute your microphone. If you think that you are not able to speak it in Bahasa Inggris, in English language, you can just say it out in Bahasa Indonesia, and I would be happy to help you to translate it to English. Please, everyone. Okay. All right, Puan, you can unmute your microphone and also directly ask the question to the speakers. Puan, please unmute your microphone.
Okay. Hello, Miss Nina. Hello, Prof.
Hi.
Lisa. Hello, Prof. Lisa and Dr. Lindsay. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to ask. First of all, my name is Puan Audia Zahra. I'm a student from Early Childhood Education from Universitas Negeri Medan, and I wanted to ask a question based on interesting topic that you explained before about reimagining learning in an AI-empowered world. So my question is, what skills should students develop today to thrive in an AI artificial intelligence empowered world? And how can we educators redesign curriculum to support those competencies? Is there any new teaching strategies or learning models that are most effective in integrating AI into the classroom without widening the digital divide among students? That's my question. Thank you so much.
I'll jump in and talk about skills, and Lisa, maybe you can talk about curriculum integration. But in terms of skills, what we want to see learners and teachers, so students and teachers, we really need to be a lot more flexible and agile with how we use technology. being resistant to technology is it just doesn't work anymore. So, we need to train our teachers and encourage our teachers to be just adopting and adapting technologies. We need to be collaborative. I think the whole collaborative piece, learning how to collaborate effectively, learning how to collaborate with AI, as we've already talked about, is really important. And also fostering creativity. So there is more than one way to do something. And I think AI really does bring out the creative side in people, more so than other technologies perhaps that we've seen in the last 30 years. Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to go back to what I was suggesting earlier as well about what are the problems that you're seeing. So if I think about as being a teacher in a classroom and thinking, oh, I wish I could do this, or I wish I could get this student to do that, or wouldn't it be great if we had this sort of thing that this student could do that would help them to learn to read, if they could practice by themselves and had some feedback about it. So I think when we start to identify those kind of meaningful problems that we see we have in our classrooms, then we can look to whether there's a way to solve that problem through using the technology. And sometimes that just takes a really big brainstorm with yourself, or maybe a brainstorm with one of the bots. Claude's very good at this. Because what those agents are doing is they're drawing on the world's kind of knowledge. So we go back to that collective intelligence. The collective intelligence might find ways for you to solve those problems. So actually using it in that way. So having to, though, it goes back to the questions, I think, being able to identify what you're seeing as a problem or a need in your context, and then finding a way to solve it because of the technologies that we so easily have access to now. Like that to me is also the big game changer in terms of what AI is allowing us to do.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Professor Jaka, and also Dr. Lindsay. How, Puan, do you think that current technology like AI can be a game changer? Puan, are you still with us? Puan, are you still with us? So you're not, you're still on mute.
Yes, I was still on mute. So I agree that being educators like Professor Julie and Dr. Lindsay saying that we should be collaborative in on AI generation. Thank you so much, Miss.
All right, thank you, Puan. And we also have another one to ask a question right here. Catherine, you already joined us in the session. Hi. Do you have any question to ask to the speakers?
Yes, Miss Nina. Before that, thank you to Miss Nina for giving me the opportunity to ask question. My name is Catherine. I'm from Medan State University and I'm from Early Childhood Education Study Program. Thank you for the insightful presentation, Prof. and Doctor. And I want to ask about Richard Kulata suggests that students need to solve problem more efficiently than they call on their own. The question is, can you give a practical example of a complex real-world problem where the human AI partnership really result in significantly more efficient solution? Thank you, Ms. Nina and Dr. and Prof.
I'm sure Julie's got one, but it's actually, and I hope this answers your question, Catherine, but I was actually I've got a doctorate student who works at a fairly high level in a high school. And this morning he was telling me about something that they've done in the high school, where they've developed an agent which has taken all different parts of, it's a little bit boring, but it's a good example, I think. It's taken like the list of all the students, the list of all the staff, the timetables, the resources. It's got this kind of massive amount of data that usually then they have to put together to use in some other way. And it usually takes days and days for like 4 or 5 staff to go through all of this data and link it all together and make a timetable and make something else. And what they've done is they've actually designed an AI agent that did it in, I don't know, an hour or something. It took it a while because it was a lot, but it reduced the time really, really significantly. It suddenly solved this massive problem in terms of actually the time. And I feel like as an idea, we can apply that to all sorts of things where we go, oh, actually, if I did this manually now, it would take me 2 days to take this data and this data, put it together, think about it, organize it. Whereas we can actually take some of these AI tools and say, actually, can you do this, the lower level work for me? Can you do that for me in 10 minutes? And then I can get on with the thinking work that I'm doing as a person who's got the experience that I have. You got an example, Julie?
Hi, Kat.
Yes.
Or
I
Julie, do you have added explanation about it?
Yes, I do. Just to add to that, I think the whole world of research, academic research, is turning on its head also. And now, when I use a tool called Notebook LM, it's a Google tool. That's one of many tools. But if I'm trying to analyze articles and synthesize them and bring out the key points, that takes hours and hours. But now Notebook LM can do that very quickly. Once again, it depends what you ask and how you prompt and how you develop that relationship with what Notebook LM is doing with the data. But you can put 70 articles in and it will go analyze those very quickly and bring out some of the responses that you need. So I think that is a real game changer.
Yeah.
I just want to say that the Notebook LM, the way it does, it'll make you a little podcast. So you've suddenly got 2 people talking about the concept that is in something that you've written or the article, and it can highlight for you another way of thinking about it in an instant. It's quite phenomenal if you haven't looked at it.
All right, well noted. Thank you very much, Professor Chaka and also Dr. Lindsay. How, Catherine, are your questions answered yet? Yes. All right. Okay, thank you, Catherine, for the question. And also the speakers for answer the question. And we have one more question actually from the room. There is someone. Our participant right here, you can ask your question directly to the speaker and mention your name and also your institution, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, good day, ma'am. Thank you for this chance. Give me question. Okay, let me first introduce myself. My name is Sridewi. I am an elementary teacher in Bandar Klipa, Medan, North Sumatra, Indonesia. I am mahasiswa in University of Negeri Medan. Okay, ma'am, I want to ask about collaboration. According to my paper in this international conference about collaboration, especially in my school, an elementary school, I see my student is, but at the first time, ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm not good enough in English. I'm not good enough in English. I still study about speak English, ma'am. Especially, ma'am, in my school, in elementary, I see my students nowadays, they don't care each other. They are happy with their animate word. So they think they can live alone without anyone, without somebody in their life. They happy with their own life. So, my paper in this international conference about collaboration, my question is how we, especially I am, to increase collaboration students in their study in school, ma'am. Thank you. Maybe ini bisa jadi masukan untuk paper in this international conference, especially for me, ma'am. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bang Zul, nggak usah diputar.
Okay, will I jump in and answer that? Yes, thank you. Look, this is the global question. You have raised an amazingly important question. How do we encourage people to collaborate, whether they're in elementary school or high school or university? And this has been almost my life work in the last 30 years, actually, collaboration. So I really appreciate your question. There are a number of different answers and approaches, but I just very briefly, I think mindset is a particular area that we need to work on, how to build a collaboration mindset, people who are what you call open to collaboration. And I think that does start in elementary school. And when you're in school, having assessments that are group assessments that are authentic, what we call authentic. And that takes work to design learning where group assessments are valid and implemented correctly. I don't know, Lisa, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think, and about like you're saying, Julie, about the mindset. So I think it is also this idea that we have these technologies like AI that do feel very individual, like we can be with things in the computer, which I think is what you were suggesting as well, that students are happy with the gameplay or whatever that is, that they don't need each other outside of that space. And I think that actually when we start working with our students together, particularly if you're in a classroom setting where you do have they're in a room together, that you're designing learning experiences where they're working together, but then also, and this is where I love Julie's collaborative Cosmo work, we're actually thinking, well, these tools can be used as an equal partner, but we still need to be in that collaborative experience. And this is why it's also important. That's where the human side of it is important too, because really as humans deep down, that's where we do get the most joy. This is why Julie and I do these things together. We're like, because it's just so much fun doing it together. It's so much more fun than doing it by ourselves. So actually learning that is the fun of life when you're young, and then being able to develop that, I think is really important. So I want to say kudos to you, if that translates well. It's lovely to hear you say that that's how important that is, and that you've seen that as a problem. And I do think it is just us finding that balance. And we're at a really interesting point in history, probably, where we are seeing this as more problematic than it may have been in the past. We lost Nina now.
Sometimes I think my students can be more happier. I think my student can be life happier by living together. But sometimes in my school, I find my student be happy, live alone. So it make me sad, ma'am. So maybe we can change our pengalaman, how to increase maybe step by step to increase collaboration among them. Maybe, ma'am, you have a strategy to increase collaboration among the children in an elementary school, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Professor, I know that you have already mentioned that it is not your expertise, Dr. Lindsay, but maybe you can share a little bit of your experience, about how you can emerge the collaborative skills amongst your students back then when you were still a teacher. The both of you, I mean.
Yes. Well, I think it's really the expectation from the teacher and from the school, the expectation to collaborate. And of course, when I was teaching in high school for many, many years, that's when I developed global collaborative projects. And we had classrooms coming together from different parts of the world, students coming together online. Sometimes the meetings were synchronous via Zoom or Skype or whatever we had, but it was largely asynchronous learning, and students got to know each other through those asynchronous platforms. So it's expectations that you will communicate and you will collaborate, and it's not just a matter of showing, holding up and showing things to the camera or pictures of the school building. It's about actually tackling real world problems together. And this is elementary school students, of course, can do this at any level, essentially. It's about learning design, including authentic problems, giving students an opportunity to work together to solve them, and then of course building it into what you do every day in your school. So there is a process. It's not easy necessarily, but there is a process. And of course with AI, it's even more exciting because we can do different things now with AI.
All right. Thank you so much for the answer. Thank you so much again for Ibu for the question. I think we need to close this discussion and a question and answer session. Thank you very much for your participation. And well, everyone, Dr. Lindsay and Professor Chaka, can we give applause for the two of them? All right. Their session here are coming to an end. Before they leave, we would like to say our sincere gratitude to both of them. Then we will present a token of certificate of your participation in our event. Wow. What do you think about the music? Do you like it?
Thank you. That was phenomenal.
Yes, that was amazing. Thank you so much.
Let me know if you want me to send you the video, okay?
Oh,
I'll
yes,
send you right away to Australia. Thank you very much for your participation in our event. Hopefully we can work together again in the next future. Good luck for your career and life in Australia. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Baik, kami ucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada pemateri kita yang kedua yang dipandu oleh moderator kita yang luar biasa. Hadirin yang kami hormati, kita akan lanjut ke sesi berikutnya, yaitu pemaparan materi oleh Dr. Fathiha Senom dari University of Malaya, Malaysia. Sesi ini akan dipandu oleh moderator kita, yaitu Ibu Nanda Ramadhani M.Hum. Kepada Ibu Nanda kami persilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
Conference on Educational Science in Industrial Era 5.0 2025 organized by Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Medan with the theme Navigating the Future of Education, Building Excellent Character Based on Local Wisdom and Global Technology. My name is Nanda and I'll be the moderator for today's keynote speaker. In this very session, we will have Dr. Fathiha Senom, and Dr. Fathiha Senom is already in our Zoom virtually. Oh yeah. Okay, hello Dr. Fathiha Senom, how are you today?
Hi, Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam. I'm fine. Thank you so much for having me today. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, thank you, doctor. How's the weather in Kuala Lumpur right now?
It's fine, but sometimes it's raining in the afternoon. So we get to be careful because it's near the monsoon season, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, doctor. First of all, on behalf of the conference committee, I would like to express our greatest gratitude, and it's truly an honor for me, especially as your moderator, Doctor, to lead this inspiring session with one of the distinguished experts in English language education and teacher professional development, Dr. Fathiha Senom from University Malaya, Malaysia. Before we begin, please, doctor, I would like to read your CV first. Dr. Fathiha Senom is a senior lecturer and a teacher educator in the Department of Language and Literacy Education, Faculty of Education, University Malaya, Malaysia. She is a homegrown scholar whose work bridges rigorous academic research with real-world classroom impact in the fields of TESOL and second language teacher education. Her research interests include ESL, teacher identity, mentoring and professional development, translanguaging, language learning investment, and ESL writing and society. And then nationally, right now she also serves as an expert panel member of Malaysia's 2027 School Curriculum Reform or Kurikulum Persekolahan 2027 and as a MUET item developer for the Ministry of Education. Her impressive track record demonstrates a deep commitment to connecting research, policy, and classroom practice in English language education in today's global context. And ladies and gentlemen, and Dr. Fathiha, For this session, we will have 1 hour for presentation. And for the presentation from you, Dr. Fatiha, we will have approximately 45 minutes and 15 minutes for Q&A session. And then, ladies and gentlemen, today our keynote speaker will present about incepting localized pedagogy, empowering preservist teachers to cultivate autonomy and authenticity in digital native classroom. To avoid any distractions toward the presentation, please keep your microphone muted. And without further ado, let us begin the presentation. Dr. Fatiha Senom, screen and time is yours. Thank you.
So, all right, thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Okay, let me just share. I'm trying to share my screen now. So if the host can allow me to share my screen, I would appreciate it. Can I share my screen? All right, great. All right. Okay. All right. Assalamualaikum. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All right. Again, thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for such a beautiful introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon, I guess. Distinguished colleagues from Universitas Negeri Medan, from Indonesia, guests, students, and as well as teachers who are here online, as well as those in the face-to-face in the location. Okay, it's actually truly an honor to be able to be here today from Kuala Lumpur across this digital bridge that now connects us. So today I'm going to share with you about our practices on incepting localized pedagogy, how incepting localized pedagogy can actually empower preservist teachers to cultivate autonomy and authenticity in digital native classrooms. Okay. So let me begin with a simple question. Okay, how do we prepare teachers to teach learners who are born into YouTube, TikTok, and AI? So these learners we call Generation Alpha, right? So those who are born after 2010, they have never known a world without smart devices, without instant information or interactive learning spaces. But many of us, their future teachers, our pre-service teacher, are actually called digital migrants. Okay, we adapted to technology, but Generation Alpha, they were born into it. So there's a challenge there. How can we design teacher education, that prepares pre-service teachers not merely to use technology, but also to humanize it? So here, not to just simply replicate global models that are available out there, but to also localize them to make them meaningful for their own learners, for our communities and our culture. So hence, I would like to propose that those can actually be achieved through localized pedagogy. So let me explain about localized pedagogy, but I'm sure some of you are already familiar with localized pedagogy. So the term incepting localized pedagogy means to deliberately initiate transformative practice that blends global innovation with local relevance. So here, for this term, I actually borrow the word globalization from sociologist Roland Robertson, 1995. He described it as the interaction between global and local forces, but not to dominate one another, but to shape and reshape one another. So in education, globalization means reinterpreting global pedagogical framework, whether it comes from the UK, Japan, or Finland, okay, through our own cultural, linguistic, and social educational lenses. So we, mediate those framework. So it's not about copying model directly, from other country to our education system, but co-constructing meaning. So we learn from international best practices and we anchor them in our own classroom and honoring our learners' life realities, their identities. So in short, think globally, teach locally, and act contextually. Okay. Now I would like to explain the core, conceptual core that inform localized pedagogy, that is autonomy and authenticity. So these two foundational ideas shape this localized pedagogy, autonomy and authenticity. So here, autonomy means nurturing learners who take charge of their own learning, who can plan, who can monitor, who can reflect on their own growth. It's about agency, it's about ownership. And on the other hand, authenticity means grounding learning in the real world. Okay, make it more purposeful, make it relevant, and relevant as well as emotionally resonant with the learners. So these two constructs are actually intertwined. When learners are given authentic, meaningful tasks, they can actually develop autonomy naturally. And when teachers are creating autonomous learning spaces, learners seek authentic engagement. So it promotes engagement. So for our service teacher, when we want to cultivate both autonomy and authenticity, this also means that they need to redefine what it means to teach. Is it taking 100% whatever that is prescribed to you, or you need to make sure the relevance of it, from delivering content to designing context in order to promote discovery. But why is globalization matters in teacher education? Okay? Let's reflect on our policy environment. So across Southeast Asia, we are aligning our teacher education programs with global standard. For example, in English, since I'm teaching English language teachers, we are adopting CEFR for English, making sure that these teachers achieve certain level of proficiency, at least C1 or C2. Okay, and for mathematics and science, we have PISA, global standard. And of course, we also have UNESCO's SDGs 4, goals for quality and equitable education. So these frameworks are definitely valuable, but they often arrive as borrowed paradigms. It's not ours, not really ours. It's borrowed paradigms. So it carries together with the assumption that assumption about our language, our culture, our learning that may actually not fit in our actual classroom in Malaysia, in Indonesia. So in our countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, our classrooms are multilingual. Our students carry hybrid identities, okay, because we are from multicultural society. So the real question is, how do we actually translate this global framework, that we have, that we need to use in our policy into local practice without losing its meaning? So this is why globalization matters, because it's the process of mediating, of weaving together the global and the local to design pedagogy that feels both familiar and forward-looking. All right, so today I would like to propose 4 principles of incepting localized pedagogy to empower pre-service teachers to cultivate autonomy and authenticity in digital native classroom. So there are 4 principles. One is cultural responsiveness across disciplines, and then digital global collaboration, project-based learner-led inquiry, as well as reflective practice identity work. Okay, so let us look at the first principle. Okay, cultural responsiveness across discipline. So this refers to the ability to use local knowledge, local heritage, local experiences as part of learning. Okay, so this doesn't just apply to English or social study or history. It can also be applied in science, mathematics, civic education, for example. In science, for example, teachers can have a lesson that allow students to investigate traditional herb medicine while learning about biodiversity, okay, or a classification. In mathematics, for example, they can study geometric patterns in batik or songket designs. Okay. In social studies, perhaps they can have lessons that allow them to map cultural festival across Asian nations, or civic education, perhaps. They can analyze local environment issues through the lens of global sustainability. So all these activities validate learners' identities and connect them to universal themes, about resilience, about diversity, about community and stewardship. So here, authenticity grows because learning is about them, and autonomy grows because they begin to own their learning process. Right. So next is the next principle, the second principle is digital global collaboration. So in the connected world that we are in right now, our learners are already global citizens online. They know how to use all these apps, all these gadgets, but often without really guidance on how to be critically aware, users. So as teacher educators, as teachers, we can actually leverage this technology. Okay, we can use this platform to cultivate collaboration with both local and international partners. For example, in teaching science, we can, collaborate. Students in Medan, in students in Kuala Lumpur, they could actually collaborate. It's possible to perhaps compare air quality using real data, okay, using digital dashboard. And in mathematics, for example, they could co-analyze rainfall or population data from their regions. Okay, in social studies or civic, for example, they can have joint digital storytelling project, talk about cultural celebration, talk about community heroes. So all these are actually possible with the digital technology that we have now. So through these activities, students not only learn content, but they learn about empathy, they learn about perspective and ethics. They learn that technology is not just a tool for information, but also a bridge for understanding. All right. So thirdly, the third principle is project-based learner-led inquiry. Okay. So when learning is anchored in real problem, solving real world problem, motivation naturally follows because they are trying to solve their own problem, real problems. So examples here that we have, okay, for STEM education, for example, we can ask students, okay, or can ask pre-service teachers to design, lesson that allow students to design low-cost solar lamps for rural homes, which is very relevant for both countries. And this will connect physics with sustainability. Okay, and we can also have, campaign, like in we have this society called Water Warriors. Okay, they running a Clean River Civic campaign, and this is aligned with SDG 6 on clean water. And perhaps for language, we can allow students to create podcast series that could weave local folktales with global lessons on empathy or resilience. So when learners engage in such projects, they begin to see themselves not just as students, but as contributors to their communities. And when they have that sense of contribution, that is actually the essence of both authenticity and autonomy. And then the last principle is reflective practice and identity work. Okay, this is something that I really enjoy doing, because this is also my area of interest, teacher identity. So we cannot deny the fact that we definitely cannot cultivate authenticity in learners if teachers or if we have not found it in ourselves. Okay, so we need to carry out, or we need to encourage teachers to engage in reflective practice and identity work. Okay, reflective practice allow pre-service teacher to question, who am I as a teacher? Whose knowledge am I teaching? How do my beliefs shape my classroom choices? Okay, so in my teacher education course, I ask my master students, my undergrad students, sometimes my PhD supervisors to write teaching autobiography or map their belief system about language. Okay, so that they are aware of their own stance regarding what they are teaching or their own practices. Okay, so when I did that, I remember my students said that I thought that I have to speak or I have to sound British to teach English, but now I realize that when I speak with local accent, it is more comprehensible. So that is kind of reflection, that is valuable for teacher trainees to engage in. So that awareness, when they are aware of that, they are value, that ownership, I think it's what transformed teaching from merely imitation to inspiration. So that's very important. So I share with you that just now that I actually implemented all those principles in my teaching. So in educating my pre-service teachers as well as those who are doing research under my supervision, I found that there are some transformation when I carry out those principles in my teaching. Okay, I feel that my students, my supervisors, they become more creative, they are more confident, they are more context aware, especially if they are, developing lesson. Okay, and when they develop lesson, their lessons begin to reflect more localized values. Okay, they always try to link global themes to local example, which is good. But of course, it comes with challenges as well. Okay, because regardless to what extent we in the university or teacher training colleges try to teach about the use of digital technology, but still in school there's digital divide, because in Malaysia there are still schools who are deprived from the technology, digital technology facilities. Okay, so sometimes we carry out or we teach these teachers use this digital tool to teach. Okay, you use this particular apps in your lesson, but sometimes when they go to school, they can't really use all those. They have to just rely on whatever available that's there. But that doesn't mean that globalization cannot happen. It's still possible. But that is one of the issues or challenges of reality in the classroom. And there's also challenge in terms of imported materials, because for teaching English, we are still using the imported textbook. We are using imported textbook for our students. So sometimes, this imported textbook feels foreign for the teachers as well as students. So sometimes they really have to, sometimes the values are different. The kind of content are very foreign for the students. So that's one of the challenge. And another one is, although we are running away, or we are moving away from the, examination-oriented education, because we have abolished examination, year 6 examination in primary school and also in form 3, but still, the kind of documentation that teachers have to do still reflect exam-oriented or traditional teaching, where you need to document everything to show that learning actually takes place. All these practices sometimes limit creativity, unfortunately. But through reflection, dialogue, and mentoring, I actually have seen pre-service teachers reinterpret these barriers, all these barriers, as actually space for, being innovative, space for innovation. Okay, so they craft micro projects, they localize the materials, and they localize also the assessment, make it more friendly to the students, familiar to the students in terms of context, in terms of content, make it more learner-led. Okay, and all these are actually the attempts that they have done to honor both policy as well as the people that they are teaching. Okay, so what's next? Okay, where do we go from here? Okay, so I believe that we must embed localized pedagogy systematically within teacher education. Okay, it should not be a side theme or workshop. It should be the lens through which we actually design curriculum. When we design, when we evaluate teaching, when we assess learning, okay, we use this lens. And perhaps we also need collaborative networks, okay, perhaps an Asian-based platform where teachers, educators from, across the countries can actually co-develop local learning modules, can share practices. We don't really have that, okay? We also need to align with SDG 4.7, global citizenship education, okay? Because it's very compatible with our regional policy, okay, to promote global citizenship. So I would like to invite us all to really actually take this challenge personally, okay, because here we are teacher educators, we are teachers, okay, as pre-service teachers, okay, because we definitely cannot prepare digital native learners with analog mindset. So these digital native learners are there waiting in your classroom. If you're a pre-service teacher, once you graduate from Universitas Negeri Medan, you will teach them. So we cannot just stick with analog mindset. We have to be ready to face them. We have to cultivate their autonomy, authenticity, but at the same time, try to maintain their root, their identity, so that they appreciate who they are. They can have that sense of ownership. They are proud of who they are. Okay, so let's model what we want our students to embody. We want them to be curious, okay, engage in critical reflection. We need them to have courage, okay. So let's also build communities of practice where teachers are not just transmitters of knowledge, but also designers of learning ecology. So teachers are able to set the tone of the classroom that they are teaching, the positive ones, okay? So because if we can empower pre-service teachers to embrace globalization, that is to blend the global with the local, we prepare them not just for the classroom that they are going to teach later, but also for life itself, okay? So before I close, I want to leave you with one thought. Globalization is not a compromise, it is a conversation. Okay, it's a conversation between them. Okay, so in that conversation, teachers become cultural mediators, learners become change maker, and the classroom become spaces of possibility where learning can connect with local heart, with global horizon. Okay, so I guess thank you so much. That's all from me for now. And I'm looking forward to continuing this, local conversation with all of you. Maybe one day we can collaborate. So thank you so much for listening. Okay, that's my email address in case you would like to reach out to me one day. So back to you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you so much for listening. I'm afraid it's muted.
Local wisdom, which is our local culture in Sumatera Utara. Yeah, so I think I got so many insight from your explanation. Thank you so much, Doctor. And now we will move to Q&A sessions. And we will have 15 minutes, Doctor. And yeah, actually, our conference is in hybrid way, online and offline. So I will invite I will invite anyone who want to ask to our keynote speaker to raise your hand in our hall or maybe raise your hand in our Zoom meeting. Is there anyone who will ask to our keynote speaker? Please raise your hand or just raise your hand in our Zoom meeting. Okay, Doctor, we will have the first person to ask you question from our hall. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Fatiha, for your explanation. I am Muhammad Ikhlas, and I'm a faculty member at the Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Medan, and currently part of primary school teacher education study program. And I'm really interested with your topic on globalist pedagogy. My question is, how can globalist pedagogy help preserve teachers balance global connectivity and local cultural context in digitally native classroom, especially in the context of elementary education? Thank you.
Okay, Doc. Thank you. Mr. Ikhlas, please, Dr. Fatiha.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ikhlas, for your questions. All right, I think it's very relevant because maybe, the explanation that I have right now, it's more towards pre-service teachers, right? The context of pre-service teacher. And we want to know how actually these principles that I have just proposed just now can actually be applied to primary school setting, right? We have cultural responsiveness across disciplines. We have digital local collaboration, project-based learner-led inquiry, and reflective practice and identity work. Okay, I still feel that all these principles that I've shared with you are actually still possible to be implemented for primary school learners, but of course with different approach. Okay, so, for example, for cultural responsiveness across discipline. Okay, I think it is still possible when they they are learning English, for example. Of course, learning is something global. English language is a global language. But if they use English to learn, local fables or local folklores, for example, it's still possible to promote that cultural responsiveness. For example, in in our country, Ministry of Education, they have an initiative where they have a storytelling competition, okay, digital storytelling competition using English, but they need to talk about local folklores. So that's interesting. It looks simple, but somehow it promotes the globalization pedagogy, which can actually promote autonomy and authenticity for for the primary school learners. So that is one of the way. So perhaps another one is digital global collaboration. I think that's also possible. But of course, for primary school learners, they are at fragile age. Okay, when they use technology, we really have to monitor them. But we can still have them, interact with people. We can have a project like Penpal, for example, okay, with other students in different countries. So perhaps we can search for collaborators from different countries, other teachers from other countries, and now with Facebook, with other social media, it's actually easy to have access to other teachers in other country and ask whether it's possible for us, for your students and my students, to actually collaborate. Maybe they can have they can meet online, they can discuss about a certain issue, or they can have, they can just interact with supervision. So I guess those two examples shows that this globalized pedagogy are still applicable in any age of students, any level of students. All right, I hope I have answered your question. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fortiha. I think from your explanation, my conclusion is it is possible, and I think the key is collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. And the second question, maybe we can pick from our Zoom meeting. Yeah, there's someone who already raised the hand, which is Yusron Abdau. Yeah. Okay, please, Yusron, please give the questions to our keynote speaker.
And he's muted, so I don't think he's able to ask questions. Okay.
You. Thank you, Ma'am Nanda. Good afternoon, Dr. Fatiha. My name is Yusron Abdawansyah from Universitas Negeri Medan, Indonesia. Thank you, Dr. Fatiha, for your very interesting and informative presentation on teacher education and digital pedagogy. I am a pre-service teacher majoring in primary education, and I have a strong interest in education technology and digital learning media for elementary school. If may ask, what strategies can pre-service teachers use to cultivate autonomy and authenticity among students in digitally mediated learning environments? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your question, Mr. Yusron, right? Okay, I really appreciate your question. I understand, as pre-service teachers, you would appreciate something that is tangible, that is concrete, that you can actually, apply directly in your classroom. Okay. for primary school, school learners, okay, I think just like previous question, still they are very at very fragile age, okay, and then sometimes we feel that they are not ready for social media, for example, and then they could also be a lot of positive sides as well as the negative sides of using too much digitally, enhanced learning. So for me, I feel that instead of, a part of employing the 4 principles that I have suggested just now, ensuring your lesson is cultural responsiveness, ensuring that there's a digital global collaboration in during your lesson, in your teaching, encourage project-based learners-led inquiry, as well as doing reflective practice and identity work. I feel that it's also important for primary school teachers to teach their students about ethics, the ethics of, it's not like another principle, it can be embedded within those 4 principles, but it's something that you can actually highlight for primary school teachers, because at this tender age, they are still, they were born into all these technological tools, but they sometimes do not know ethics about how to use this, how to process, which is good, which is not good. And sometimes these digital natives, they use all these technological tools without supervision or very minimum supervision, which could be very dangerous. Okay, so as teachers, perhaps it's also important that we always remind them about the ethics. Okay, about we call it digital, digital awareness, digital what do you call that? Literacy, digital literacy, knowing how to use digital technology ethically. Okay, which content that is not good or not healthy for them to watch, how they interact digitally, or how do they respond to digital material, what to believe, what not to believe, okay, in digital content. So those are another important approach or important thing that teachers, primary school teachers must address when teaching primary school students, when we are trying to connect them with the technology, trying to teach them using technology. So that's also important. I hope I have also answered your question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fatiha, for your thoughtful and motivating and response. Your ideas are available, and I hope to bring these strategies into my own classroom practice when I start teaching in elementary school. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much for Yusran for a good question, because Yusran is one of our students actually. So maybe he asked the question because he wants to apply the question later when he become a teacher, doctor.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Yeah. Okay, unfortunately, doctor, because there is no questions anymore, I think can we end the session, doctor?
Yeah. Thank you so much again for having me. I really appreciate this opportunity. I miss Universitas Negeri Medan. So I think the last time I went there 2 years ago. So I need to come, soon in the future. Thank you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wait a minute, doctor. It's not yet, actually.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Fatih Hasanom. But before we end the session, doctor, we would like to present you the certificate as keynote speaker of Iconseir 2025 as an appreciation of your insightful presentation today, doctor. Hopefully, we will further have collaboration with you and your university, as you said before, to strengthen our academic. Here is the certificate. everyone, ladies and gentlemen, please give big applause to our keynote speaker, Dr. Fatih Hasenom, for a great keynote session this afternoon. Thank you so much, Doctor. Hope to see you again in our next agenda, hopefully.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a great day, everyone, and back to our host.
Baik, terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada narasumber atas materi yang luar biasa dan tentunya kepada moderator yang telah memandu sesi ini.
Thank you so much for our keynote speaker, and we also would like to say our appreciation to our moderator.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, kita sudah sampai di penghujung sesi pertama. Acara akan dilanjutkan pada pukul 13.00 waktu Indonesia Barat untuk oral presentation bersamaan dengan Stadium General yang akan dipandu oleh Ibu Sri Nahyanti SPD MPD dan Ibu Lala Jelita Ananda MPD. Dan pada pukul 14.30 waktu Indonesia Barat untuk sesi bersama narasumber kita dari UK, jadi jangan sampai ketinggalan. Terima kasih telah membersamai sejauh ini dan sampai jumpa kembali.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of the first session. The program will continue at 1 p.m. with the oral presentation and Stadium General that will be led by our moderator, Mrs. Sri Nayanti SPD MPD and Mrs. Lala Jelita Ananda MPD, and followed by our next agenda in 3 p.m. A presentation by our last keynote speaker from United Kingdom. We kindly invite all the seminar participants to return and join again at 1 p.m. Thank you for your cooperation and your participation. See you again at 1 p.m. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
kena nggak? Oh latihan ya? Oh, latihan, langsung letak aja dulu. Materinya kan udah ada orang kan? Ah kirim dulu papi. Nin, materi kirim ke siapa? Ah Rini.
Gantian. Ya.
Baik, Bapak Ibu, peserta kuliah umum, kita akan mulai kuliah umum ini dalam waktu sekitar 5 menit lagi ya. Bapak Ibu mohon untuk membuka kamera Zoom. Karena saya lihat ini masih banyak peserta yang belum hadir ya. Oke, kita beri waktu sekitar 5 menit. Silakan mahasiswa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, innovators and future teacher. Welcome to the 7th Icon Stadium General Station. Before we jump in, a quick but housekeeping rules. Mohon untuk mengatur HP untuk tetap di mode silent bagi peserta yang sedang ada di hold, dan saya perlu menegaskan bahwa ini bukan hanya kuliah umum. This is an opportunity to focus, learn, and challenge the status quo. Let's make every minute count. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. 10 years ago, ketika seorang anak diajarkan tentang seekor kucing, maka narasinya adalah kucing itu punya 2 telinga, berbulu, punya kumis, dan ekor. Bila ada yang tidak memenuhi kriteria tersebut, maka itu bukan kucing. Anak bisa jadi gagal mendefinisikan hakikat kucing dengan benar. Namun, nowadays, hari ini, anak kita dibebaskan untuk bisa melihat dari berbagai sudut pandang dan menemukan berbagai referensi dan menentukan pola. Ia belajar esensi tentang kucing. Ia membangun pemahaman jauh lebih dalam dan fleksibel. Ini menjadi salah satu karakter atau penciri pendekatan pembelajaran yang terbaru yang ada di Indonesia saat ini. Nah, selanjutnya kita akan mendengarkan lebih dalam terkait pembelajaran mendalam atau deep learning, sumber biasa kita. Untuk itu, izinkan saya, Sri Nahyanti, to be your moderator and guide today for this session. Now, let's turn our attention to the mind landscape for us. Kayu sampan pergi belajar, pergi ke laut menangkap udang. Tentang deep learning kami ingin belajar, mohon narasumber segera datang. Welcome our keynote speaker Bapak Apik Gandamana SPD MPD. Bapak Apik Gandamana SPD MPD adalah dosen yang saat ini juga menjabat jurusan Pendidikan Prasaja dan Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Negeri Medan. Beliau menyelesaikan pendidikan sarjana dan magister pada bidang pendidikan kewarganegaraan di Universitas Pendidikan. Saat ini beliau menjabat sebagai dosen dengan jabatan akademik lektor dan mengampu beberapa mata kuliah, di antaranya konsep dasar PK, ajaran PK, Pancasila, dan filsafat pendidikan. Dalam bidang akademik, beliau aktif melaksanakan penelitian, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta publikasi ilmiah yang berfokus pada inovasi pembelajaran, pendidikan kewarganegaraan, penguatan pendidikan, dan pengembangan profil Pancasila. Selain itu, beliau juga berperan sebagai mahasiswa Pratama BPIP, serta auditor audit mutu internal di lingkungan Universitas Negeri Medan. Apakah sudah hadir bersama kita Bapak Apik Gandamana SPD MPD?
Sudah.
Sudah join ya? Sudah join with us? Oke. Selanjutnya kami persilahkan materi luar biasa untuk hari ini.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Rihnayanti. Kalau di sini Ibu share ya. Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati Bapak Ibu, mungkin di sini ada presenter, partisipan juga yang saya hormati, adik-adik mahasiswa juga ya, dan juga hadirin yang berbahagia. Baik, langsung saja. Ini sambil menunggu kegiatan berikutnya ya, Bapak Ibu. Jadi saya ingin sedikit dengan Bapak Ibu ya, berbagi terkait dengan transformasi pendidikan melalui pembelajaran mendalam. Sudah terlihat ya Bapak Ibu? Sudah. Bu Sri, Bu Ser? Sudah terlihat. Baik. Eh, Bapak Ibu hadirin semuanya yang berbahagia, yang tentunya berada di eh, Zoom ini. Pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini, saya ingin sedikit berbagi dan mungkin juga nanti berdiskusi dengan Bapak Ibu hadirin semuanya terkait dengan yang hit saat ini begitu ya, pendekatan mendalam, gitu, pembelajaran mendalam dikenal dengan deep learning. Jadi transformasi perubahan pendidikan dengan pembelajaran mendalam menuju pendidikan bermutu untuk semua. Bapak Ibu hadirin semuanya, eh, kita masih tentunya saya pun di sini masih terus belajar begitu ya Bapak Ibu terkait dengan artinya karena kita sebagai mungkin rata-rata di sini ya kita ini adalah sebagai pendidik ya Bapak Ibu tentunya kita harus terus apa namanya mengupgrade gitu ya diri kita dengan berbagai pengetahuan-pengetahuan baru. Jadi di sini saya ingin mengajak Bapak Ibu teman-teman semua untuk membahas terkait dengan pembelajaran yang mendalam ini Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, langsung saja ya Bapak Ibu. Latar belakang perubahan masa depan yang sulit diprediksi ya. Bapak Ibu, kita tahu sekarang kita ini ada sudah di apa namanya itu era bukan 4.0 lagi tapi sudah 5.0 gitu ya Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, bahkan generasi generasi kita pun juga sekarang sudah lahir ini generasi beta gitu ya. Per Januari 2025 nah ini sudah lahir generasi beta gitu Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, artinya di sini perubahan itu ya suatu keniscayaan, artinya masa depan yang artinya sulit untuk diprediksi, begitu Bapak Ibu. Nah, tentu ya kita pun juga perlu mempersiapkan diri gitu. Nah, apa masa depan kita ini seperti apa, begitu kan? Nah, yang kedua juga permasalahan mutu pendidikan, literasi, numerasi, berpikir tingkat tinggi, dan ketimpangan pendidikan. Ini juga menjadi apa namanya itu tantangan bagi kita semua gitu ya. Dan bonus demografi gitu ya Bapak Ibu ya. Visi Indonesia 2045. Di mana Bapak Ibu Indonesia akan mengalami bonus demografi puncaknya di tahun 2045 dan sekarang pun juga sudah mulai gitu ya Bapak Ibu di mana usia produktif semakin melimpah gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Artinya kita sudah punya modal Indonesia ini. Nah, itulah makanya disebut bonus demografi di mana ya kita sudah punya modal usia produktif gitu ya. Namun modal tersebut ya itu perlu dipersiapkan dengan baik ya Bapak Ibu. Kalaulah misalnya modalnya ini tidak kita, nah inilah berkaitan dengan kompetensi masa depan. Kita sudah memiliki yang namanya modal bonus demografi tersebut, usia produktif yang melimpah, namun usia-usia produktif tersebut tidak diberikan kompetensi gitu ya. Kompetensinya tidak ada gitu. Nah, itu jadi bisa menjadi masalah, bukan jadi bonus jadinya kan Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi permasalahan. Nah, itu. Nah, maka dari itu Bapak Ibu, nah kalau kita lihat data di sini kan ini terkait dengan keterampilan berpikir tingkat tinggi ya Bapak Ibu. Di Indonesia ini masih rendah. Jadi hasil PISA bisa kita lihat murid Indonesia hanya bisa menjawab soal level 1 sampai 3. Ya, LOTS gitu ya. Lower order thinking skill, kurang dari 99% gitu ya, membaca. Nah, ini Bapak Ibu bisa lihat ya. Dan hanya 1% saja yang bisa menjawab soal level 4 sampai dengan 6 atau higher order thinking skill. Nah, ini berarti sangat sangat memprihatinkan lah gitu ya Bapak Ibu kalau kita lihat di data ini. Bahkan di sini pun juga Bapak Ibu kalau kita lihat kemampuan membaca juga kita masih dominannya itu di level 1 74,5%. Matematika pun begituan, matematika pun begitu gitu ya. Sains pun juga sama gitu, Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, ini ya Bapak Ibu, ini adalah apa namanya itu salah satu latar belakang gitu ya. Mengapa diperlukan transformasi pendidikan gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Nah, jadi Bapak Ibu, mengapa perlu pembelajaran mendalam? Saya yakin Bapak Ibu yang ada di ruang virtual ini sudah apa namanya sudah tidak asing lah ya mendengar istilah pembelajaran mendalam, deep learning gitu ya. Karena sudah dari awal tahun yang lalu ya kita sudah dikenalkan dan juga sudah apa namanya sudah banyak Bapak Ibu juga kita mengikuti ya terkait dengan pembelajaran mendalam ini. Nah, jadi kalau kita lihat di sini Bapak Ibu, mengapa perlu pembelajaran mendalam? Nah, jadi kalau kita lihat sini melengkapi pendekatan pembelajaran dengan menambah karakteristik praktik pedagogi. Nah, jadi yang saya pahami Bapak Ibu, pembelajaran mendalam atau deep learning ini adalah sebuah pendekatan. Jadi kalau penggunaan kurikulumnya ya masih kurikulum merdeka gitu ya Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, jadi kan pada saat kita di kurikulum 2013 dulu kan pendekatan yang di apa namanya istilahnya pendekatan saintifik gitu kan. Nah, terus pada saat kurikulum merdeka yang sebelumnya juga sempat kita juga pembelajaran berdiferensiasi. Sekarang istilah juga pembelajaran mendalam. Meskipun Bapak Ibu sebenarnya pembelajaran mendalam ini kan sudah lama juga ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ini yang pertama itu keterlibatan. Guru itu harus membangun keterlibatan peserta didik sebagai subjek belajar untuk memperoleh pengalaman belajar yang bermakna. Nah, bagaimana guru membangun keterlibatannya dengan siswa berkolaborasi begitu kan. Nah, berikutnya berkesadaran. Guru lebih membangun kesadaran peserta didik untuk menjadi pembelajar yang aktif, membangun konstruktivis ya, teori belajarnya ini. Membangun kesadaran peserta didik untuk menjadi pembelajaran yang aktif. Terus juga di sini memuliakan gitu. Guru dan peserta didik lebih saling menghargai dan menghormati potensi, martabat dan nilai-nilai kemampuan gitu ya. Kemanusiaan. Nah, di sini juga pengembang budaya belajar gitu ya. Guru lebih dapat mengembangkan kreativitas dan berinovasi dan melibatkan peserta didik dalam mengembangkan pengalaman belajar. Nah, lalu Bapak Ibu tidak lupa juga di sini ya, Bapak Ibu hadirin semua pemanfaatan teknologi digital karena memang ya saat ini salah satu aspek perubahan zaman itu adalah pesatnya pemanfaatan teknologi digital gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Nah, jadi guru dan peserta lebih memanfaatkan teknologi digital. Jadi Bapak Ibu, ya kita sebagai pendidik mungkin di ruang virtual ini Bapak Ibu kan sebagian besar adalah para pendidik gitu ya, calon-calon pendidik juga. Ya memang kita harus mengikuti perkembangan zaman tersebut gitu. Nah, namun tetap Bapak Ibu yang perlu kita apa namanya kita yang perlu apa tetap kita pegang itu adalah prinsip atau apa namanya dari Ki Hajar Dewantara. Jadi kan didiklah anak sesuai dengan zamannya, tetapi jangan melupakan kearifan lokal gitu kan. Istilahnya itu kan apa namanya itu kodrat zaman dan kodrat alam. Nah, gitu kan. Itu yang dikatakan oleh apa namanya filosofinya Ki Hajar Dewantara. Saya rasa sesuai juga dengan topik atau tema apa namanya ini Iconseir kita hari ini local wisdom. Artinya teknologi digital, tetapi juga nah ini budaya gitu ya Bapak Ibu ya. Artinya eh, zaman perkembangan zaman diikuti, tapi juga kita harus ingat kodrat alamnya. Nah itu kodrat alam itu adalah ini terkait dengan local wisdom begitu ya Bapak Ibu. Nah, begitupun juga di sini interdisipliner ilmu pengetahuan guru dan peserta didik lebih dapat menerapkan interdisipliner ilmu pengetahuan dalam proses pembelajaran. Nah, itu Bapak Ibu ya, salah satu beberapa mengapa perlu pembelajaran mendalam. Baik. Nah, jadi apa Bapak Ibu pembelajaran mendalam itu? Nah, jadi pembelajaran mendalam merupakan pendekatan yang memuliakan dengan menekankan pada penciptaan. Memuliakan di sini itu yang tadi saya sampaikan ya Bapak Ibu ya. Dengan menekankan pada penciptaan suasana belajar dan proses pembelajaran berkesadaran, bermakna. Gitu. Makanya kan Bapak Ibu di dalam Undang-Undang Nomor 20 tahun 2003 tujuan dari definisi dari pendidikan itu kan usaha sadar gitu kan Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi sini pembelajaran itu berkesadaran, bermakna, pembelajaran itu harus bermakna dan menggembirakan gitu. Nah, kata kuncinya memang pembelajaran itu usaha yang disadari, pembelajaran ya. Artinya usaha sadar harus bermakna dan menggembirakan gitu Bapak Ibu. Nah, melalui olah pikir, olah hati, olah rasa, dan olahraga secara holistik dan terpadu. Jadi sebenarnya Bapak Ibu, memang dari dulu sudah pembelajaran ini harus seperti ini gitu Bapak Ibu. Tetapi di sini tentunya itulah Bapak Ibu kan, mari kita coba apa namanya ngaji lagi gitu ya terkait dengan pembelajaran mendalam ini. Nah, berikutnya, nah yang pertama ini memuliakan. Dalam penerapan pembelajaran mendalam, semua pihak yang terlibat saling menghargai dan menghormati dengan mempertimbangkan potensi, martabat, dan nilai-nilai kemanusiaan. Memuliakan. Nah, jadi kalau kita lihat di sini Bapak Ibu, pembelajaran mendalam harus berkesadaran, bermakna, menggembirakan melalui olah pikir, olah hati, olah rasa, dan olahraga. Maka terwujudlah profil lulusan. Nah, jadi ini mungkin ada sedikit perbedaan nih, perubahan, bukan perbedaan ya, perubahan. Di mana yang di kurikulum Merdeka sebelumnya, pembelajaran apa namanya yang waktu itu kan dikenal dengan pembelajaran berdiferensiasi, ada 6 dimensi profil lulusan yang dikenal dengan profil pelajar Pancasila. Nah, kalau sekarang menjadi 8 dimensi gitu ya Bapak Ibu profil lulusannya. Nah, artinya ya kita harus istilahnya ya menerima dengan perubahan-perubahan tersebut gitu Bapak Ibu ya. Baik. Nah, ini tadi ya Bapak Ibu, berkesadaran itu seperti apa? Nah, jadi pengalaman belajar peserta didik yang diperoleh ketika mereka memiliki kesadaran untuk menjadi pembelajar yang aktif dan mampu meregulasi diri. Jadi peserta didik memahami tujuan pembelajaran, termotivasi secara intrinsik untuk belajar, serta aktif mengembangkan strategi belajar untuk mencapai tujuan. Nah, artinya di sini Bapak Ibu, bagaimana nanti guru ya bisa membangun peserta didik yang menjadi pembelajar yang aktif ini. Nah, tentu kan harus menggembirakan proses pembelajaran itu gitu ya. Dan bermakna. Makanya di sini bermakna. Pembelajaran mendalam peserta didik dapat merasakan manfaat dan relevansi dari hal-hal yang dipelajari untuk kehidupan. Itu artinya bermakna tadi itu kan. Peserta didik mampu mengkonstruksi pengetahuan baru berdasarkan pengetahuan lama dan menerapkan pengetahuannya dalam kehidupan nyata. Nah, itu bermakna. Nah, jadi penekanan dalam pembelajaran mendalam ini bagaimana gitu ya menerapkan pengetahuan ini dalam kehidupan nyata gitu. Nah, yang terakhir, yang ketiga adalah menggembirakan. Jadi suasana belajar itu ya harus menyenangkan, menantang, memotivasi gitu, Bapak Ibu ya. Oke, saya lanjutkan lagi Bapak Ibu ya. Karena mungkin waktu juga dan Bapak Ibu di sini mungkin saya hanya membahas secara konsep saja gitu ya Bapak Ibu karena waktu juga. Nah, tadi itu kan Bapak Ibu ya, pembelajaran mendalam yang tujuannya itu adalah untuk apa namanya itu yang tadi saya sampaikan. Nah, sekarang bagaimana perwujudannya itu melalui olah pikir, olah hati, olah rasa, dan olahraga. Jadi empat hal ini sangat berkaitan Bapak Ibu ya. Olah pikir itu merupakan proses pendidikan yang berfokus pada pengesahan akal, budi, dan kemampuan kognitif. Nah, itu olah pikir, kemampuan kognitif. Olah hati adalah proses pendidikan untuk mengasah kepekaan batin, membentuk budi pekerti, serta menanamkan nilai-nilai moral. Itu hati. Olah rasa, mengembangkan kepekaan estetika, empati, dan olahraga. Nah, ini sebenarnya kan konsep ini adalah filosofi Ki Hajar Dewantara ya Bapak Ibu. Olah pikir, olah hati. Nah, jadi apa perbedaan dari pembelajaran yang sebelumnya? Saya rasa pembelajaran yang saat ini itu Bapak Ibu memang mulai dari sebenarnya kurikulum Merdeka sampai sekarang pun juga dilanjut dengan apa namanya ini menggunakan pendekatan pembelajaran mendalam ini tetap dasarnya itu dari filosofi Ki Hajar Dewantara. Gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Baik. Terus, nah ini ya Bapak Ibu, mungkin saya agak percepat saja. Nah ini pembelajaran mendalam, mungkin Bapak Ibu di sini juga sudah banyak yang, karena ini sudah dari awal tahun ya Bapak Ibu, kita mendapatkan materi ini. Hanya dalam kesempatan ini saya sedikit apa saja ya, mengisi waktu gitu ya Bapak Ibu sambil menunggu narasumber sebelum apa yang nanti sore gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Nah jadi di sini kita bisa lihat Bapak Ibu, nah, dimensi profil lulusan tadi ya. Nah jadi dimensi profil lulusan ada 8 ya Bapak Ibu sekarang ya, yaitu keimanan, ketakwaan, terhadap Tuhan, kewargaan, kreativitas, penalaran kritis, kolaborasi, kemandirian, kesehatan, dan komunikasi. Nah, terus prinsip belajarnya merupakan dasar karakteristik pembelajaran mendalam, yaitu tadi prinsipnya berkesadaran, bermakna, dan menggembirakan. Lalu pengalaman belajarnya. Nah, pengalaman belajarnya itu, nah inilah nanti yang akan implementasikan dalam proses pembelajarannya itu, yaitu memahami, bagaimana mengaplikasi, dan melakukan merefleksi. Nah, jadi kerangka pembelajarannya sebagai panduan sistematis dalam studi set pembelajaran itu praktik pedagogis, kemitraan pembelajaran, lingkungan pembelajaran, pemanfaatan digital. Jadi apabila kita buat seperti ini, Bapak Ibu ya, kerangka pembelajarannya itu yang diadaptasi dari 4 element of learning design. Gitu ya. Baik, nah ini tadi ya Bapak Ibu, nah ini mungkin hal yang baru juga Bapak Ibu ya, profil lulusan yang selama ini kan di tahun-tahun sebelumnya gitu ya, ada 6 profil lulusan ya. Nah sekarang ada juga jadi 8 profil lulusan gitu ya. Yang pertama keimanan dan ketakwaan terhadap Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Nah kalau kita perhatikan ini semua Bapak Ibu, ini adalah dari yang tadi tuh olah pikir, olah hati, olah rasa maupun juga olahraga. Nah, begitupun juga kewargaan. Individu yang memiliki rasa cita tata, penalaran kritis, kreativitas, kolaborasi, kemandirian, kesehatan, dan komunikasi. Nah, itulah 8 dimensi profil lulusannya, Bapak Ibu. Nah, ini ya penerapan tadi prinsip pembelajaran mendalam itu. Jadi Bapak Ibu berkesadaran, kenyamanan peserta didik dalam belajar. Nah, bagaimana peserta didik itu bisa nyaman? Fokus, konsentrasi, kesadaran terhadap proses berpikir, keterbukaan, dan sebagainya. Bermakna, tadi itu ya Bapak Ibu. Jadi konseptual gitu, dengan kehidupan nyata. Keterkaitan dengan pengalaman sebelumnya. Pembelajar sepanjang hayat. Dan menggembirakan. Lingkungan pembelajaran yang interaktif, aktivitas pembelajaran yang menarik, menginspirasi gitu ya. Nah, jadi penerapan prinsip pembelajaran mendalam dapat terjadi secara terpisah ataupun simultan dan tidak harus berurutan. Tapi intinya prinsipnya ini seperti ini gitu Bapak Ibu. Berkesadaran, bermakna, menggembirakan. Mungkin saja bisa menggembirakan terlebih, dibuat gembira dulu, maka nanti akan. Tapi kalau kita perhatikan Bapak Ibu, ketiga prinsip ini memang berkaitan gitu. Kalau kita misalnya pembelajaran itu menyenangkan, menggembirakan, pasti akan bermakna gitu ya. Nah, dan juga ya di sini berkesadaran juga ya pasti gitu kan Bapak Ibu ya, seperti itu. Baik. Nah, ini ya pengalaman belajar dilakukan secara bertahap untuk mencapai level pembelajaran mendalam. Nah, jadi Bapak Ibu di sini seperti yang tadi saya sampaikan, mungkin saya hanya sebatas konsep gitu ya Bapak Ibu, karena memang waktu juga tidak akan cukup apabila kita mempelajari membahas ini semua gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Nah, tapi intinya juga di dalam pembelajaran mendalam ini Bapak Ibu ada 3 hal pengalaman belajarnya. Yaitu yang pertama itu adalah memahami, mengaplikasi, dan merefleksi gitu Bapak Ibu. Jadi memahami, mengaplikasi, merefleksi ini ketiga hal ini, pengalaman belajar ini ya nanti harus tertuang juga di dalam proses pembelajaran. Ya, jadi memahami ini kan Bapak Ibu bagaimana pengetahuannya, pengetahuan esensial, pengetahuan aplikatif, dan pengetahuan nilai dan karakter. Lalu di yang aplikasinya itu pengalaman pengetahuan sehingga di refleksi itu sudah regulasi diri. Nah, jadi Bapak Ibu, ini memahami ini adalah tahap awal peserta didik untuk aktif mengkonstruksi pengetahuan agar dapat memahami secara mendalam konsep atau materi dari berbagai sumber dan konteks. Nah, jadi pengetahuan pada fase ini terdiri dari pengetahuan esensial yang tadi saya sebutkan. Memahami Bapak Ibu. Terus mengaplikasi. Nah, pengalaman belajar yang menunjukkan aktivitas peserta didik mengaplikasikan pengetahuan dalam kehidupan secara kontekstual. Lalu yang terakhir itu adalah melakukan refleksi. Tahap refleksi ini melibatkan regulasi diri sebagai kemampuan individu untuk mengelola proses belajarnya secara mandiri. Nah, ini adalah prinsip dari pembelajaran mendalam yang terwujud dalam pengalaman belajar, memahami, mengaplikasi, dan juga merefleksi. Oke, mungkin saya lanjut saja, Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, jadi di sini Bapak Ibu, mungkin Bapak Ibu juga sudah sering mendengar ya Bapak Ibu, di dalam pembelajaran mendalam itu dikenal dengan menggunakan taksonomi Solo gitu ya. Nah, jadi kalau kita lihat di sini untuk ranah kognitifnya, kan selama ini kita menggunakan taksonomi Bloom gitu ya. Nah, ini dari Anderson dan Cradwell tahun 2001, di mana itu kan ada tahapan 6 ya, 6 itu kan 6 tahapan gitu. Nah, tapi kalau untuk taksonomi Solo ini ada 5 ya Bapak Ibu ya, dimulai dari prastruktural, unistruktural, multistruktural, relasional, dan berpikir abstrak yang mendalam. Nah, jadi Bapak Ibu di sini pengalaman belajar yang tadi disebutkan yaitu memahami, mengaplikasi, merefleksi sebenarnya ini dari taksonomi Solo gitu ya Bapak Ibu ya. Meskipun sebenarnya juga apa namanya itu berkaitan juga dengan di yang taksonomi belum ini, tapi dibangun di apa namanya itu menggunakan taksonomi Solo ini ya. Nah, jadi tingkatannya itu kan memahami, mengaplikasi, dan merefleksikan seperti itu Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, jadi kalau kita lihat deskripsi seperti ini ya, belum, kalau misalnya prastruktur itu belum memahami, mengingat kembali, memahami itu berarti mengingat kembali, memiliki banyak ide, menghubungkan ide-ide, dan memperluas dan menerapkan ide untuk refleksinya. Nah, contohnya misalnya Bapak Ibu, contoh untuk pengalaman belajar misalnya di yang memahami. Contoh pengalaman belajarnya misalnya topiknya fotosintesis. Jadi peserta didik itu dapat memberikan definisi fotosintesis namun belum dapat menjelaskan. Nah, jadi baru dapat memberikan definisi pengertian fotosintesis namun belum dapat menjelaskan bagaimana atau mengapa fotosintesis itu terjadi. Nah, itu ada di tahap memahami. Peserta didik menjelaskan beberapa elemen yang terlibat dalam fotosintesis namun tidak dapat mengaitkan antara proses fotosintesis. Nah, lalu di mengaplikasi, peserta didik menerapkan proses fotosintesis dan keterkaitannya dengan isu ketersediaan tanaman pangan. Nah, itu sudah fotosintesis dengan keterkaitannya dengan isu ketersediaan tanaman pangan. Aplikasi kan gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Nah, lalu merefleksi, peserta didik mengaitkan fotosintesis dalam konteks yang lebih luas dan menyadari perannya terhadap isu nyata seperti ketersediaan pangan, perubahan iklim, dan sebagainya. Sudah selesai. Halo, Bu Ser? Sudah selesai waktunya saya masih ada. Berapa? Oke, baik. Saya lanjut, Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, bagaimana dengan ranah afektif dan psikomotorik, Bapak Ibu? Nah, jadi Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, nah ini kalau contoh dari afektif misalnya. Contohnya di pengalaman belajar memahami, guru memfasilitasi diskusi, ini sikap berarti ya Bapak Ibu afektif, tentang isu sosial dan meminta peserta didik untuk menuliskan refleksi tentang sikap mereka. Kalau sudah di tahapan mengaplikasi dan merefleksi, afektifnya sikap dan perilaku dalam pembelajaran yang menunjukkan bagaimana peserta didik menerima, merespon, menghargai, mengorganisasi, dan menginternalisasi. Ya, artinya sudah ke tahapan menginternalisasikan nilai dalam kehidupan mereka. Gitu. Nah, begitupun di di ranah psikomotorik, ya, di level pengalaman belajar memahami, peserta didik mempraktekkan keterampilan dalam situasi yang menyerupai dunia nyata, seperti simulasi jual beli di pasar atau simulasi debat dan sebagainya gitu ya. Nah, keterampilan fisiknya, koordinasi gerakan atau tindakan nyata dalam pembelajaran yang melibatkan aktivitas motorik seperti tindakan fisik dan praktek langsung. Nah, itu ya Bapak Ibu pengalaman pembelajaran mendalam baik di ranah pengetahuan, di ranah keterampilan maupun juga sikap. Nah, sekarang kerangka pembelajaran pembelajaran mendalam itu bagaimana ya? Yang pertama ini adalah praktik pedagogis ya. Jadi strategi mengajar yang dipilih guru untuk mencapai tujuan belajar dalam mencapai dimensi profil lulusan tadi yang 8 itu Bapak Ibu ya. Untuk mewujudkan pembelajaran mendalam, guru berfokus pada pengalaman belajar tadi yang autentik, mengutamakan praktik nyata, mendorong keterampilan berpikir tingkat tinggi dan kolaborasi. Saya rasa ini sama ya Bapak Ibu, sebelumnya juga memang seperti ini gitu ya untuk praktik pedagogisnya. Nah, di sini ada juga kemitraan pembelajaran. Nah, maksudnya bagaimana? Nah, di sini kemitraan pembelajaran itu membentuk hubungan antara guru, peserta didik, orang tua, komunitas, dan mitra profesional. Pendekatan ini memindahkan kontrol pembelajaran dari guru saja menjadi kolaborasi bersama. Jadi terbangunnya kemitraan, gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Lingkungan belajar. Nah, lingkungan pembelajaran menekankan integrasi antara ruang fisik, ruang virtual, dan budaya belajar untuk mendukung pembelajaran mendalam. Ruang fisik dan virtual itu dirancang fleksibel sebagai tempat yang mendorong kolaborasi tadi ya Bapak Ibu. Dan pemanfaatan teknologi digital. Pemanfaatan teknologi digital juga ini sangat penting ya, memegang peranan penting sebagai katalisator gitu untuk menciptakan pembelajaran yang lebih interaktif. Nah, jadi keempat hal ini merupakan kerangka pembelajaran untuk mewujudkan tadi pembelajaran yang mendalam itu, Bapak Ibu ya. Oke, saya rasa ini kita lanjut saja. Lingkungan belajar ini karena ini banyak, Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, oke. Masih ini Bapak apa Bu Risnayati waktunya? Baik. Nah, bagaimana terkait dengan implementasi pembelajaran mendalam ini? Sama ya Bapak Ibu sebenarnya di sini untuk implementasi pembelajaran mendalam artinya di sini yang namanya proses pembelajaran itu pasti dimulai dari tahapan perencanaan, pelaksanaan dan juga asesmen. Nah, ini mungkin lebih ke perencanaannya Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi bentar. Nah, perencanaan melalui refleksi guru terhadap diri sendiri karena itu sama ya Bapak Ibu. Tentunya kita juga tetap membuat perencanaan dalam proses pembelajaran. Lalu ada pelaksanaan juga yang tadi ya Bapak Ibu dalam pelaksanaan pembelajarannya itu menggunakan prinsip yang tadi berkesadaran, bermakna dan juga menggembirakan gitu ya. Melalui pengalaman belajar untuk tadi memahami, mengaplikasikan dan juga merefleksi. Nah, yang ketiganya adalah asesmen. Nah, ini asesmen itu tidak hanya berfokus pada penguasaan teori, sama ya Bapak Ibu di pembelajaran sebelumnya juga ya. Memang asesmen ini kan bisa juga untuk mengukur baik itu ranah pengetahuannya, ranah sikap maupun juga keterampilannya seperti itu. Nah, jadi Bapak Ibu di sini adalah proses perencanaan pembelajaran mendalam ya. Sebenarnya Bapak Ibu materi yang saya sampaikan ini bisa kita dapatkan juga ya Bapak Ibu secara artinya ini kan sudah menjadi bahan dari Kementerian Pendidikan Dasar dan Menengah untuk mensosialisasikan lah gitu ya pembelajaran mendalam. Jadi Bapak Ibu bisa bisa di-download juga ya. Nah, artinya di sini mungkin karena waktu tidak semua saya jelaskan Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, di sini ada perencanaan pembelajaran mendalam seperti biasa ada identifikasi, ada apa namanya desain pembelajaran, lalu pengalaman belajar dan juga asesmen gitu ya. Nah, ini seperti ini ya Bapak Ibu, mungkin di sini juga di ruang virtual ini Bapak Ibu ada yang sudah mengikuti pelatihan juga ya, bagaimana menyusun desain pembelajaran khususnya dalam menggunakan pembelajaran pendekatan pembelajaran mendalam ini ya Bapak Ibu ya. Saya lewat saja Bapak Ibu. Nah, ini ya pelaksanaannya, pelaksanaan pembelajaran mendalam. Sudah habis waktunya, Bu.
Iya.
Oke, baik.
Iya,
Saya rasa
barangkali ini waktunya sedikit lagi Pak Apik. Boleh closing statement-nya dulu Pak Apik.
ya, baik. Baik, Bapak Ibu, mungkin itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan terkait dengan apa namanya itu transformasi ya. Ini sebenarnya saya tambahkan saja menggunakan istilah transformasi Karena memang ada ya, esnya memang pendidikan atau pembelajaran itu ya pasti harus mengalami perubahan begitu ya Bapak Ibu. Nah, jadi di pembelajaran mendalam ini sebenarnya intinya itu tadi ya Bapak Ibu. Bagaimana kita mewujudkan pembelajaran ini gitu ya dapat menyenangkan gitu ya, berkesadaran dan juga intinya juga bermakna gitu bagi peserta didik. Baik, saya rasa itu Ibu Srinayanti yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow, what a deep dive ya. Thank you Pak Apik Gandamana. It was a blueprint for action ya Pak ya. Nah, untuk selanjutnya sebenarnya saya ingin ini ya, kita buka sesi tanya jawab. Tapi karena waktunya juga sudah mepet sekali, bagaimana ya? Sepertinya boleh kita kasih satu kesempatan, satu pertanyaan ya Pak Apik Gandamana ya. Oke, silakan peserta yang ingin bertanya terkait deep learning, silakan untuk raise hand. Adakah pertanyaan terkait deep learning untuk Bapak Apik Gandamana? Jadi we only have one question aja ya Pak Apik Gandamana ya. Tidak ada? Oh, sepertinya semua sudah ini ya, sudah mulai memahami ya seperti apa konsep dari deep learning itu ya. Eh, Baik, terima kasih Pak Apik Gandamana. Thank you for challenging our mind and inspiring us to think bigger. Wawasan hari ini memang hanyalah dari start ya. Barangkali kita bisa mengambil konsep pembelajaran mendalam sebagai suatu konsep yang membuat kita lebih baik lagi dan dapat diterapkan dalam tugas profesional kita nanti menjadi guru atau teacher. Masa depan itu dibangun oleh yang berani memulai. Setuju ya Pak Apik Gandamana ya? Oke. Nah, oleh karena itu harapannya deep learning ini bukan menjadi konsep semata tapi bisa dapat diimplementasikan di satuan pendidikan manapun, baik di PAUD maupun nanti pendidikan dasar. Okay, before we official conclude, we wish to present this certificate of appreciation as your invaluable contribution. Please, panitia silahkan untuk memberikan sertifikat apresiasi kepada pemateri kita, Bapak Apik Gandamana, SPD MT. Baik, terima kasih. Terima kasih Bapak Apik Gandamana SPD MPD. Dan terima kasih atas partisipasi aktif dan luar biasanya. Selanjutnya akan ada sesi yang kedua. Stay tune please. Saya akan kembalikan kepada host ataupun moderator pada sesi berikutnya. Thank you for the last time. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik. Terima kasih Bu Sri Nahyanti dan terima kasih juga kepada Pak Apik Gandamana SPD MPD. Good afternoon everybody. Okay, let's continue with the next session. Di sesi berikutnya kita masih ada guest speaker juga. Namun sebelum itu izinkan saya memperkenalkan diri pada sesi ini. Saya Lala Jelita Ananda akan menjadi moderator pada sesi saat ini. Berikutnya kita masih ada satu orang guest speaker. Sebentar, saya mau membacakan terlebih dahulu kurikulum vitae dari guest speaker ini. Guest speaker kita berikutnya bernama Pak Miswanto SPD MPD dari Universitas Negeri Medan, Indonesia. Pak Miswanto sendiri adalah dosen yang saat ini juga menjabat sebagai Sekretaris Jurusan Psikologi Pendidikan dan Bimbingan, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Universitas Negeri Medan. dengan jabatan akademik lektor. Beliau memperoleh gelar sarjana S1 dari Universitas Negeri Medan dan magister S2 dari Universitas Negeri Padang, dan keduanya pada program studi bimbingan dan konseling. Saat ini sebagai dosen, beliau mengampu mata kuliah konseling multibudaya, konseling individual, model dan teknik konseling, serta psikologi pendidikan. Kegiatan akademik beliau mencakup penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang berfokus pada pengembangan model dan media konseling berbasis digital, serta peningkatan kompetensi konselor di era pembelajaran hibrida. Selain itu juga aktif menulis buku dan publikasi ilmiah pada jurnal nasional dan internasional. Beliau juga menjabat sebagai editor-in-chief di jurnal Indonesian Counseling and Psychology, dan juga sebagai pengurus daerah APKIN Sumatera Utara. Baik, sebelum kita mendengarkan paparan dari Pak Miswanto, mari kita sambut. Saya sambut dengan sebuah pantun. Mentari siang bersinar terang, langit biru tak berawan. Selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada narasumber yang kami banggakan. Kami persilakan dengan segala hormat Pak Miswanto SPD MPD.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Lala yang telah mempersilahkan saya untuk menyajikan materi pada acara Iconseir 2025 ini ya. Selamat sore semuanya, para peserta, Bapak Ibu, Bapak Ibu dosen ataukah Bapak Ibu guru, mahasiswa ya. Izinkan saya ingin share ya materi saya. Baik. Jadi hari ini di kegiatan Iconseir ini saya ingin memaparkan ya terkait tentang peran konseling dalam membangun karakter menuju pendidikan unggul di era digital. Ya. The role of counseling in building character for excellence in the digital era. Kenapa ini saya sampaikan? Karena di era digital ini sangat kita ketahui bahwasanya karakter kita atau karakter anak-anak ataukah karakter individu ini semakin menurun ya. Jadi dari judul materi saya ini agar membangun generasi yang berkarakter dan kualitas. Izinkan saya ya mempromosikan lah ya terhadap prodi atau jurusan psikologi pendidikan dan bimbingan, prodi bimbingan dan konseling di Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan. Ini akreditasinya A dan ini sudah direakreditasi, mudah-mudahan mendapatkan unggul. Selanjutnya prodi BK itu di Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan salah satu terfavorit dari jurusan-jurusan yang ada di Universitas Medan. Yang pertama itu adalah di Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan ada 2 prodi, ada prodi PGSD ya. Total pendaftarannya itu di tahun 2005 kemarin 2.528, dan kalau di jurusan atau prodi pendidikan bimbingan dan konseling ini di peringkat yang keempat ya dari keseluruhan prodi di Unimed sebanyak total mendaftar 1.059. Jadi program studi bimbingan dan konseling ini salah satu terfavorit di prodi di Universitas Medan. Oke, kita lanjut terkait tentang karakter ya. Jadi saya berpijakan apabila kita membangun karakter siswa, itu harus melalui keteladanan guru dan orang tua. Di keteladanan guru ini mengacu kepada Ki Hajar Dewantara. Apa semboyan Ki Hajar Dewantara? Berarti ada 3. Yang pertama itu Ingarso Suntolada, yang artinya itu di depan memberi contoh. Jadi semboyan pertama ini seorang guru harus menjadi teladan kepada siswa-siswa di sekolah. Jangan pula tidak ada yang diambil atau panutan terhadap siswanya yang dilihat oleh guru, apalagi siswa PG PAUD ya, TK, lalu siswa SD. Ini apa yang dikatakan oleh gurunya akan menjadi panutan terhadap siswa-siswanya. Di keteladanan ini bisa terdiri dari sikap, perilaku, kedisiplinan, dan sebagainya. Ya. Yang kedua, yaitu semboyan dari Ki Hajar Dewantara itu ing madia mangun karsa. Jadi di tengah membangun semangat. Jadi seorang guru itu harus mampu membangun semangat siswa-siswa di sekolah. Dan yang ketiga itu tuturi handayani. Apabila seorang guru itu di belakang bisa memberikan motivasi terhadap peserta didiknya. Jadi seorang guru itu harus menjadi teladan kepada siswa-siswanya yang menganut kepada 3 semboyan Ki Hajar Dewantara itu. Yang kedua, parent ya, orang tua. Di sini bagaimana membangun karakter siswa itu tidak terlepas dari didikan orang tua di rumah. Ya. Jangan semata-mata pendidikan karakter, membangun karakter itu tugasnya guru. Ini apabila yang peserta di konser ini ada dari masyarakat atau dari orang tua, marilah kita sama-sama membangun karakter anak didik kita, anak-anak kita itu menjadi karakter yang unggul, yang baik. Karena kenapa? Karena kalau di sekolah itu hanya beberapa jam saja. Dari jam 7 sampai jam 2 siang. Dari jam 2 siang sampai ke jam 6-nya itu adalah perhatian orang tua untuk melihat bagaimana anak kita itu di rumah dan bagaimana anak kita itu bergaul di dalam lingkungan ataukah di sekitar lingkungan rumah kita. Itu harus diperhatikan. Jadi itulah berkolaborasi dengan guru dan orang tua. Sehingga membangun karakter ini bisa maksimal. Selanjutnya, apa itu karakter? Karakter is the trait inserted in a person that are expressed through, yaitu karakter adalah sifat-sifat yang melekat di dalam diri seseorang yang ditunjukkan melalui cara berpikir, bertutur kata, bertindak yang didasarkan pada nilai dan norma kemuliaan. Jadi karakter itu adalah sifat-sifat yang melekat pada diri individu. Bagaimana dia berpikir, oh ini buruk ya, oh ini benar, ini salah, ini baik ya. Lalu bagaimana beretika tutur kata, bagaimana dia bertindak sesuai dengan nilai dan norma yang berlaku di masyarakat. Apabila seorang itu berpikir, bertutur kata, dan bertindak tidak sesuai dengan norma yang berlaku di masyarakat, itulah dikatakan seorang individu itu mempunyai karakter yang rendah. Selanjutnya, ini 10 elemen karakter ya yang dibangun kepada calon guru. Ini saya ambil dari 10 elemen karakter dari Unimed ya yang dibangun kepada mahasiswa di setiap mata kuliah ya, di setiap mata kuliah yang ada di prodi masing-masing di Universitas Medan. Yang pertama apa? Kejujuran. Ya. Jadi seorang guru, calon guru, mahasiswa, dan bahkan nanti yang dididik menjadi calon guru dan bakalan ingin menjadi guru, itu bisa 10 elemen karakter ini menjadi teladan kepada siswa-siswa di sekolah calon guru itu tempat mengajar. Ya. Yang pertama kejujuran, harus amanah, ya. Jangan pula ketika menjadi mahasiswa, ini kejujuran ini tidak dipegang. Karena banyak ya terjadi, apalagi yang kita lihat berita-berita yang sudah guru besar pun bisa dicopot jabatannya karena apa? Karena tidak memenuhi syarat kejujuran itu. Yang kedua, kedisiplinan. Kedisiplinan ya terkait tentang tata tertib lah kalau disiplinan ini. Datang tepat waktu, ya, mengumpulkan tugas sesuai yang disepakati waktunya gitu. Selanjutnya etika berkomunikasi dan kesantunan, ya. Harus seorang mahasiswa itu atau calon guru itu harus menunjukkan perbedaan di mana dia sebagai siswa, di mana juga dia menjadi mahasiswa, dan di mana dia tempatnya sebagai seorang guru. Itu harus kita jaga, etika berkomunikasi dan kesantunan. Ini sangat sensitif juga ya apabila ucapan kita gitu. Karena dalam istilah kata pepatah itu mulutmu adalah harimaumu. Maka jagalah perkataanmu. Jangan kita sepele berbicara itu dengan yang muda, yang tua, dan yang sebaya. Itu harus kita perhatikan. Ya, jangan pula yang muda, yang muda ini kan bawahan saya. Jadi semena-mena dia, itu kan siswa saya. Semena-mena dia untuk berbicara dengan yang lebih muda. Ini harus kita perhatikan. Setelah itu kepedulian. Nah, ini kepedulian, seorang guru itu harus peduli bagaimana keluh kesah si siswa kita. Apalagi guru BK, calon guru BK. Penuh dengan curhatan. Penuh dengan pengaduan. Ya. Jadi siswa yang mempunyai permasalahan perlu didengarkan. Terkadang siswa itu kalau kita dengarkan saja itu sudah bahagia dia. Jadi kepedulian, bagaimana seorang guru ataukah guru bidang studi yang tidak mempunyai kepedulian. Ya maafnya itu ya saya hanya mentransfer ilmu. Mau siswa itu menangkap yang saya sampaikan atau tidak, itu bukan urusan saya. Yang penting tanggung jawab saya terselesaikan. Ini tidak bisa seperti itu. Ya, karakter seorang guru itu harus mencerminkan dia peduli terhadap kelemahan, lalu keluh kesah seorang siswa. Ketangguhan ya, pantang menyerah, resilient ya. Nih, kalau di siswa kita lihat ketangguhan seorang siswa itu ada sebagian yang pantang menyerah ya, tidak tangguh. Selanjutnya ketekunan ya, tekun. Setelah itu kemandirian, kerjasama ya, kolaborasi. Ada kata pepatah juga seperti sapu lidi ya. Kalau sapu lidi itu, kalau lidinya hanya satu untuk menyapu, itu tidak ada kekuatannya. Tetapi kalau sapu lidi itu dijadikan satu untuk membersihkan suatu di halaman, ya ini akan menjadi kuat. Bekerja sama, bergotong royong. Tapi kerjasama ini jangan pula dipikir dengan kerjasama untuk mengisi jawaban ujian. Ini kembali lagi kepada kejujuran itu. Jadi kalau di mahasiswa, apalagi metode pembelajaran itu pasti ada kerja kelompok. Ya, untuk saling tukar pikiran, untuk diskusi. Selanjutnya keberinisiatifan ya, inisiatif. Setelah itu tanggung jawab. Jadi ini 10 elemen karakter yang dibangun kepada guru. Mudah-mudahan nanti ketika calon guru ini menjadi guru bisa menjadi contoh ataukah dijadikan contoh kepada siswa-siswanya. Ini ada itu ya, video, salah satu video yang mencerminkan individu itu tidak berkarakter. Kelihatan? Bulala? Oke, itu salah satu contoh seseorang yang tidak mempunyai karakter lah ya, ataukah karakternya rendah. Tapi dia sadar bahwasanya dengan satu tangannya itu bisa bermanfaat terhadap orang lain. Jadi dari 10 elemen karakter itu, karakter apa yang tadi dimunculkan? Itu yang nomor 4, karakter kepedulian. Ya, kita gunakanlah tangan itu menjadi membantu orang lain. Baik, kenapa pembentukan karakter penting? Karena pendidikan karakter penting dapat menyeimbangkan pendidikan formal ya. Seseorang yang pintar secara akademik tetapi etika dan moralnya buruk, maka akan berakhir buruk juga. Ini sangat penting pembentukan karakter itu karena dalam kata pepatah juga adab itu di atas ilmu. Jadi adablah di atas segalanya gitu. Kalau orang berilmu tidak beradab, maka tidak akan disegani orang. Kalau orang yang beradab tetapi nggak berilmu, ya ini masih bisa dipertimbangkan oleh orang lain. Lebih bagusnya dua-dua, punya adab dan punya ilmu. Selanjutnya, pendidikan karakter membangun moral dan etika, serta meningkatkan kualitas sosial dan emosional sehingga dapat mengurangi perilaku penyimpangan yang banyak terjadi di masyarakat. Nah, ini tantangan ya, tantangan dalam membangun karakter. Yang pertama, keteladanan dan konsisten antara hati, lisan, dan perbuatan. Dari teladanan dan harus konsisten antara hati, lisan, dan perbuatan. Yang kedua, kurangnya kesadaran akan pentingnya pendidikan karakter di kalangan pendidik dan masyarakat. Yang ketiga, pengaruh negatif lingkungan dan sosial media. Ini yang ketiga ini pengaruh negatif lingkungan dan sosial media. Ini siapa yang mengontrol? Ya, terutama orang tua, masyarakat gitu ya. Karena seorang anak itu lebih banyak di rumah. Selanjutnya penilaian lebih berfokus kepada akademik saja. Jadi seorang guru hanya memberikan pengetahuan, tetapi sikapnya tidak diperhatikan. Ini tantangan. Mudah-mudahan tantangan ini bisa ya menghilang gitu, menjadi sebuah karakter yang menjadi karakter yang baik. Nah, tujuan membangun karakter itu membangun moral dan etika, menciptakan individu yang bertanggung jawab, mengembangkan toleransi, meningkatkan keterampilan sosial, dan meningkatkan kemandirian. Ini fenomena karakter yang menyimpang di era digital. Saya mengambil ada 3, ya, tapi masih banyak lagi. Yang pertama, pubbing behavior, ya. Apa itu pubbing behavior? Perilaku di mana seorang menggunakan ponsel dan mengabaikan komunikasi langsung dengan orang di sekitarnya. Hal ini merujuk pada sikap menyakiti lawan bicara akibat penggunaan smartphone yang berlebihan. Ya, pubbing juga dianggap sebagai bentuk perilaku antisosial yang muncul di era digital. Jadi ini suatu penelitian saya dengan mahasiswa dari 329 responden, ada 33% yang pubbing behaviornya itu tinggi. 56% itu di kategori sedang dan 11% itu di kategori rendah. Jadi pubbing behavior ini kenapa saya kaitkan dengan karakter? Iya, di 10 elemen itu etika, komunikasi, dan sopan santun. Bagaimana orang atau teman kita, orang tua kita, bahkan ketika kita sebagai mahasiswa yang belajar di kelas, ya, ataukah teman kita yang berbicara kepada kita itu asik menggunakan handphone kita, ataukah jadi guru, ketika jadi guru kita, siswa kita ingin bertanya, ataukah guru di kelas, ya, asik menggunakan handphone tanpa memperhatikan lawan bicara kita. Akhirnya ya lawan bicara kita merasa tidak diperhatikan, tidak welcome, menimbulkan sikap menyakiti. Nah, ini cyberloving ya. Cyberloving itu perilaku seorang yang menggunakan fasilitas internet di tempat kerja atau sekolah untuk keperluan pribadi yang tidak terkait dengan tugas dan tanggung jawab akademik. Ini hasil penelitian saya juga dari berbagai sekolah SMA di Sumatera Utara. Jadi saya mengambil sekolah-sekolah yang diperbolehkan siswanya itu membawa HP. Ini dari cyberloving fenomena ini, siswa beraktivitas ya di luar tugas atau tanggung jawab akademik, contohnya belajar di kelas, gurunya menerangkan depan, waktu belajar dia asik dengan HP-nya untuk yang pertama, yang tinggi ini ya kita lihat kalau dia merah itu sering, biru itu sangat sering. Nah, ini saya mengecek kiriman teman saya. Ini 39,3% dari 1.205 responden. Kadang-kadang dia 36. Nah, ini saya berbagi konten di jaring sosial. Ketika belajar mereka asik dengan smartphone mereka untuk media sosial. Bahkan di sini ada saya bermain game online, ataukah saya mendengarkan musik, saya menonton video online. Ini fenomena. Selanjutnya, fenomena karakter di digital itu adalah cyberbullying. Berakibat, ini baru-baru aja nih, saya ambil, tapi bully ya, bukan cyber, dengan mengakibatkan siswa itu meninggal dunia. Gara-gara bully, gara-gara dipermalukan, gara-gara dihina. Ya. Itu kembali kepada resilient tadi. Bagaimana boleh untuk penelitian lanjutan itu bagaimana resiliensi siswa korban bully ya, atau siswa-siswa di sekolah. Ini karakter based counseling bisa menggunakan format individu, konseling kelompok, bimbingan kelompok, bisa klasikal ya. Selanjutnya ada 7 jurus BK hebat. Nah, ini yang terkenal saat ini ya. Saya sudah diingatkan waktunya. Nah, ini ada 7 jurus BK hebat. Nah, bagi yang guru-guru BK ini ada sebagian yang sudah mengikuti pelatihan ini. 7 jurus BK hebat itu yang pertama, kenali potensi peserta didik kita. Ya. Sebenarnya 7 jurus BK hebat ini bersamanya. Tahap-tahapannya. Yang pertama, kenali potensi. Menggunakan apa? Instrumen, kuesioner, ya, wawancara, lalu untuk observasi, bisa tes ataupun non-tes. Kelola emosi. Apabila siswa atau peserta didik kita itu bermasalah, jangan kita sebagai guru langsung emosi, langsung memarahi dia. Lalu, jangan. Di 7 jurus BK hebat ini, kita harus kelola emosi. Kita identifikasi apa permasalahan siswa itu. Ya, kenapa dia bermasalah seperti itu? Contohnya terlambat. Bolak-balik terlambat aja dia. Ya. Jadi jangan kita langsung marah, ya. Kita identifikasi dulu apa alasan dia terlambat. Setidaknya kita harus membangun kolaborasi. Yang nomor 6. Setelah itu tumbuhkan resiliensi pada siswa itu. Yang ketiga, jaga konsistensi, jalin koneksi, membangun kolaborasi, dan menata situasi. Baik, terima kasih ya. Materi saya ini, kata-kata terakhir saya, mari bersama-sama mendukung dan mewujudkan pendidikan karakter mulai dari lingkungan terkecil yaitu keluarga. Dari Thomas Dikona ini, karakter tidak mengajarkan dengan memberitahu orang apa yang benar, tetapi dengan membantu mereka mengalami dan merenungkan apa artinya menjadi benar. Baik, terima kasih. Saya kembalikan kepada Ibu Lala.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your valuable insight with us today, Mr. Miswanto. Terima kasih atas sharing materinya tentang the role of counseling in building character for excellence in the digital area. Baik, Bapak Ibu, para peserta sekalian, we will give the opportunities to the participant who would like to ask question. Kami memberikan kesempatan bagi para peserta, Bapak Ibu, para hadirin sekalian, yang ingin memberikan pertanyaan boleh raise hand atau mungkin mengirimkan pertanyaan ke kolom chat. Bisa mungkin ya peserta ke kolom chat. Silahkan Bapak Ibu dan para peserta sekalian. Oke, kami masih menunggu beberapa saat. Baik, mungkin sudah begitu paham ya Pak Miswanto
Iya.
dari pemaparan materi yang sangat menarik dari Pak Miswanto. Baik, Pak Miswanto, kalau begitu saya meminta closing statement saja dari Pak Miswanto untuk menutup sesi kita di sore hari ini. Silakan Pak Miswanto.
Baik, pendidikan membangun karakter itu, marilah kita sama-sama untuk menjadi anak kita itu menjadi karakter yang unggul dan baik, terutama dari rumah maupun dari sekolah.
Baik, terima kasih. Closing statementnya Pak Miswanto. Berkarakter baik dari rumah dan sampai ke sekolah. Terima kasih kembali Pak Miswanto. Thank you very much for the active participant and enthusiast participant. Terima kasih atas kehadirannya, atas antusiasnya, dan atas partisipasinya. Saya, Lala Jelita Ananda, mohon undur diri dari sesi ini. Saya kembalikan ke moderator berikutnya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore semuanya.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan selamat bergabung kembali dalam acara Iconseir ke-7 tahun 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon sessions in 7 Iconseir. We are pleased to continue today's program in this afternoon session.
Kelihatannya semua peserta ini sudah segar kembali nih ya dan siap untuk mengikuti sesi yang terakhir. Namun sebelumnya kami informasikan kepada peserta yang berada di ruang virtual untuk dapat mengisi daftar hadir nanti pada akhir acara. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, acara selanjutnya adalah pemaparan materi dari Dr. Retno Larasati dari Knowledge Media Institute di Open University, UK. Sesi ini akan dipandu oleh moderator kita, yaitu Ibu Feni Rizky Amelia, SPD MID. Kepada Ibu Feni kami persilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the next agenda. The presentation by our last keynote speaker, Dr. Retno Larasati from Knowledge Media Institute, the Open University, United Kingdom. This session will be moderated by our moderator, Mrs. Feni Rizky Amalia, SPD MED. We kindly invite the moderator. The floor is yours.
Thank you to our host. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, respected speakers and all of the participants. Welcome back to the 7th International Conference on Educational Science in Industrial Era 5.0 with theme Navigating the Future Education, Building Excellent Character Based on Local Wisdom and Global Technology. I am Feni and I will be the moderator for today's last keynote speech. In this session, we will have Dr. Retno Larasati. Hello, Dr. Retno.
Yes, I'm
Is
here.
Dr. Retno joining this session already?
Yes, I'm here. Should I start to present?
Oh, wait. Hello, Dr. Retno. How are you?
Okay, yeah. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, is it morning in London?
Yes.
Okay, so sorry.
9 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope you are in a very good condition.
Thank you.
It is truly an honor for me, and I will introduce one of our esteemed speakers for today. So let me introduce Dr. Retno Larasati first. Dr. Retno Larasati is currently a postdoctoral research associate in artificial intelligence at the Knowledge Media Institute, the Open University, United Kingdom. She earned her PhD from the Open University, focusing on trust and explanation in artificial intelligence system with applications in healthcare. She also holds a master's degree in advanced software engineering with management from King's College London and a bachelor degree in computer science from IPB University, Indonesia. Dr. Retno has an impressive record of research and publications in the fields of responsible and explainable AI, trust in human-AI interaction, and AI in healthcare systems. Her work has been presented in many prestigious international conferences, and she has also served as part of several international program committees, including the AAAI ACM Conference on AI, Ethics, and Society, and multiple CHI workshops, highlighting her active contribution to shaping global discussions around ethical and inclusive AI. So today, Dr. Retno will share valuable insights on ethics of AI in education, a topic that resonates strongly with our current efforts to ensure responsible and meaningful use of technology in schools and university. So to avoid any distractions toward the presentation, I hope your every participants can mute your microphone, and without further ado, let us begin the presentation. So Dr. Retno, you will have approximately 45 minutes to present, and for the rest 15 minutes later on for Q&A session. Please join me in a giving warm virtual and welcome to Dr. Retno Larasati. The screen is yours.
Thank you so much. Let me try to share my screen. Can you see my screen now? Yes, I hope you all can see the presentation now. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about ethics in AI education. And again, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for everyone that's coming. And before that, I want to do a brief introduction, even though thank you for the moderator that already introduced me. But my name is Retno Larasati, and I'm a research associate in Knowledge Media Institute Open University. And I want to set the stage that I'm not an ethics expert, even though I have certification in AI ethics. And also my research is about AI, explainable AI, trustworthy AI, and AI for social good, which is closely related with ethical AI and AI ethics. We are living through what many consider the most significant technological revolution since the invention of the printing press. Artificial intelligence, once confined to science fictions, is now basically reshaping every aspect of human society. But let's begin with fundamental questions that will frame everything we discuss today with like, what exactly is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is everywhere now and becoming an essential part, including in education process. When people most hear artificial intelligence, they think of robots or terminators or something from science fiction. But the AI that transforming education today is both mundane and profound than the science fiction portrayals. As its core, artificial intelligence is the simulation of human intelligence in the machines. Based on the UK government definition, artificial intelligence is referring to computer systems capable of performing tasks that typically require some intelligence if done by humans. And this term first coined by computer scientist John McCarthy in 1956, who defined it as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. And now we have everyday life basically intertwined with AI. And modern AI operates in three fundamental principles, such as machine learning, and then pattern recognition, and also automated decision making. Like, for example, for machine learning, the ability to improve and perform on tasks through experience without being explicitly programmed for every scenario. And think of Netflix when they recommend a show to you, right? Because it learned. And that's also part of pattern recognition. And it identify pattern in data that see that, oh, this which one is which. And we can see it in, like, for example, email spam filter. And then also the automated decision making, like, for example, in your virtual assistants or in your Google Map when they decide which route you should take. And this is what makes contemporary AI particularly powerful, because unlike traditional computer programs that with pre-written rules, AI systems can adapt, learn, and even surprise the creators. And not all AI is created equal, and understanding different types is crucial for grasping both the opportunity and challenges in educational AI. First, let's distinguish by capability level. We first know as narrow AI, also some people call it weak AI, and it's performed specific tasks extremely well, but cannot generalize beyond its training. And most AI system in education today falls into this category. And again, like example for this is like Google Translate. The specific task there is to translate. And then another thing is general AI, or some people call it artificial general intelligence or AGI. And this one is still theoretical AI that hopefully could perform any intellectual task that a human can do and even more. We are currently decades away from it, even though like a lot of researchers say that it's possible that it comes in several years. However, again, this is stuff from science fiction and not classroom reality. And next is the in-between AI, which is LLMs. So now, yeah, LLM is basically the AI technology that's arguably causing the biggest disruption in education today. LLMs, or large language models, are the engines behind ChatGPT, Claude, and Google Gemini, and they represent a quantum leap in AI capability. And what makes LLM revolutionary is that unlike previous AI that excel at narrow tasks or only one task, LLMs demonstrate what researchers call emergent abilities, which is capabilities that weren't explicitly programmed, but they emerge from training on a massive amount of data set. But how LLM works? LLM are trained on virtually everything humans have ever written and made publicly available. These can be books, articles, website, forums. And for example, if we're talking about OpenAI ChatGPT, in GPT-4, it was trained on roughly 45 terabytes of text data. And this is equal with almost 20 million books, which is like, this is really big amount of data, right? And then through this training, LLM learns to predict next word in sequence with remarkable accuracy. But this is seemingly simple task that predicting words somehow enables extraordinary capabilities such as writing essay, solving math problem, generating code, and etc. But again, we need to remember, and this is where it's got complicated, LLMs don't actually understand content the way we as humans do. They're sophisticated pattern matching system. This is what we need to remember. This is pattern matching systems and prediction system, and they don't really understand. Now we're talking about AI in education. And the potential benefit of AI in education are genuinely transformative. And there are some statistics that are really big, especially in economical sense. Like, for example, the global AI education market was valued at USD 2.5 billion in 2020 and is projected to reach USD 88 billion by 2032. And according to Olon IQ, in 2023, the market is already 4.7 billion globally. And how AI in education can benefit people. Like, for example, there are three crucial areas where AI can benefit. First is personalization, second is accessibility, and third is the efficiency. In personalization, AI greatest gift to education is that it has the ability to personalize learning at scale. Traditional education often follows one size fits all, but AI enables us to adapt to individual student needs. Like, for example, adaptive learning platform in Khan Academy or Coursera, where they can adjust content difficulty based on student performance. There's also a chatbot that answers student questions 24/7. In Open University UK here, we have IDA, which is AI digital assistant, and there's also something called Mathia. This is basically used in a lot of school and institution in the US, and these are chatbot that available for students to help them learning, to have a discussion friend, or to create study material, even do like a mock test. There's also language learning apps like Duolingo that have personalized vocabulary practice. This is also a, a, a type of personalization, right? And even in Duolingo say that it increase vocabulary retention by 40% compared to traditional methods. And most educational AI today relies on machine learning and algorithm that improve through experience. So with adaptive learning system, the AI analyze the pattern from the student's learning style and identify knowledge gaps and adjust the content accordingly. Next is the benefit in accessibility. So AI is democratizing education in unprecedented ways, and by breaking down barriers that have historically excluded many learners. For example, we have Microsoft Immersive Reader. This is available on Microsoft Word or other Microsoft Office applications. And this can help to support students with learning difficulties and with thorough text highlighting, syllable breaks, picture dictionaries, so it can help them to read better. There's also for visual and auditory support, like for example, Google Live Transcribe. It provides real-time caption for deaf and hard of hearing students. There's also Microsoft Seeing AI, which describe visual word for blind and low vision students. And it can help these students to like read text, identify objects, and even describe the scenes if they go to like field trip or lab work. There's also tools that help support learning differences, like for example, Math. It create digital graph paper that helps students that have dysgraphia, and it help them to organize mathematical work. And then Lexi, this is also a platform that support not only students, but also tutors that has dyslexia. Next is the efficiency benefit. Like for a lot of educators and institutions, AI tools are transforming administrative tasks. Like for example, for assessment and feedback, Turnitin. So you usually know Turnitin as a plagiarism detection, but Turnitin Feedback Studio actually provide writing feedback, and it's offer suggestion for improvement real time. There's also a lot of institution in the US that use ETS, essay rating, automated power essay scoring systems, and it provide instant feedback on the writing mechanic and structure. There's also early intervention and student support, like for example, this is like OU Analyze, and then also Starfish by Hostbone, and it's basically use predictive analytics to identify like which students are at risk to become drop out or not successing in their study, and it can be based on the attendance pattern or assignment submission, is it late, and how we engage with the material, and etc. And there's also content creation and curriculum design. This is like for students that create their own teaching materials or maybe teaching it online. And for example, this is like Coursera also have this. Coursera for Business use AI to recommend teacher to develop courses based on like what are the trends and the skill gaps what are the materials that is needed by the public. The overall study for this is basically just that if we have this efficiency and tools that help the teacher, then the teacher will have more time for teaching, and the student will get the better outcomes. However, as we embrace these benefits, we must honestly acknowledge that the AI in education isn't without significant challenges. And every powerful technology brings with it unintended consequences and ethical dilemma. And just like Uncle Ben in Spider-Man say, with great power comes great responsibility. And yeah, the very features that makes AI promising, its ability to collect data, make prediction, and automate decisions, it also create new form of risk. And as educators, we have the moral obligation to understand and address these challenges. This brings us to like AI ethics, which is a field that become crucial as AI system makes decisions that affect learners' futures. But what is AI ethics? AI ethics is the branch of technology ethics that examine the moral implication of artificial intelligence systems. It can about its designs, its deployment, and impact on the society. In education, this means ensuring AI serves all learners fairly, transparently, and safely. However, Holmes et al. Found that in two AI education workshops that were held in AI education conferences, there's actually a low level of interest in this topic, which is disappointing. And why is it important? Like, according to Florida et al., they proposed this very groundbreaking ethical framework for AI goods for good AI society. That we need to make sure that AI could be used and maximize the opportunities rather than overuse or misuse, which is going to be risky and not benefiting a lot of people. Like, for example, instead of AI enable human self-realization, if it's misused or overused, it can devalue human skills. And another example is that instead of its enhance human agency, like for example, application that help teachers, so teachers can have more time to do a lot of teaching rather than administrative work, then it can be overused or misused. Then instead of that, it's removing human responsibility. And also, instead of increasing societal capabilities, overuse or misuse AI can actually reduce human control. And instead of cultivating societal cohesion, overuse or misuse AI can actually erode human self-determination. And now I want to talk about the core ethical principles. There are three of those. First is fairness and non-discrimination. AI system must not perpetuate or amplify existing educational inequalities. This sounds simple, but is extraordinarily complex in practices. And transparency, students, teachers, and parents should understand how AI systems make decisions that affect learning. When an AI recommends a student for a remedial path, the reasoning should be explainable there. And the last one is safety. And this could cover privacy, autonomy, beneficence, benevolence, and etc. Basically, AI systems need to be safe for learners, for teachers. If it collects data about how students think and learn, this data needs to be protected. And if students should maintain agency over their learning, AI should enhance human choice, not to replace it. And AI should also actively promote student well-being and learning outcomes rather than the AI itself. And why AI education matters more? And AI in education, ethical AI in education is not just theoretical, it's immediate and practical. Every day, AI systems are making micro decisions that accumulate into major impacts on students' life. So getting this right, it's not just about technology, but it's also about justice. So let's talk about the ethical principle one by one and how it affects our everyday life. And for example, here is algorithmic bias and fairness. AI system can perpetuate and amplify existing educational inequalities. If an AI system is trained on biased data, then the AI system might give us biased result as well. ethically deploying AI means ensuring it genuinely improves human life and societal well-being without exacerbating existing injustice. This involves designing and implementing AI systems that prioritize fairness, inclusivity, positive social impact, rather than merely optimizing for efficiency or profit. And this is just example, not in education, but in real life about Amazon. So Amazon used to have this automatic hiring system, but they found that apparently this resume screening algorithm that they basically filter CVs, this algorithm favor male candidates compared to female candidates. And why is that? It's because the data that they're training on shows that the company itself favors male candidates. So if the company have more male employee compared to female employee, then the algorithm learn it and then they think, okay, this means that being male is better than being a female. And let me share real examples that illustrate how AI ethics plays in educational setting. This is again for algorithmic bias and fairness. For example, this is several schools. They implemented AI-powered facial recognition system to track student engagement during online classes. So in this school, they use Zoom, and then they have this online classes, right? And then the technology promised to identify when students were distracted or struggling. However, research revealed that the system were significantly less accurate at recognizing students with darker skin tones and also specific ethnicity with distinct facial features that made the algorithm detect as, oh, this student is distracted and not paying attention. And this leads to misclassification of engagement level. And some students were incorrectly flagged as disengaged simply due to algorithmic bias in facial recognitions. Again, this is just one of the case of example. There's also case of bias in standardized learning and essay where the non-native English speakers get less score than the native English speaker, even though they're like grammatically correct. It's just because of the pattern, how native and non-native speaking. This is the system's not intentionally discriminatory, but because it's learned from historical bias data and that reflected social biases, it perpetuates these biases. Next is transparency and accountability. Ethical AI demands that AI system needs to be transparent and explainable. This means that the decision-making systems process of AI should be understandable to user and stakeholder, allowing them to trust and verify what is the system outputs. And transparency help mitigate risk of harm by enabling oversight and accountability, as highlighted by Hillinger. And this is like another case that we can think about of this ethics principle. Like, for example, if this mystery grade algorithm that the system basically use AI, the school use AI-powered grading system called Smart Grade that promise evaluation across subject. However, when students receive unexpectedly low grades, neither teachers nor our administrators could explain the AI decision-making process. And when students and parents demand explanation for why their grades is like this, but the system is basically black box. We just put the test and then get the result. We don't know why the result is A or B or C. And that makes explanation impossible. And this could lead that teachers or lecturers felt undermined and defending grades that they didn't understand, they didn't grade themselves, while students discovered that they could game the system through formatting tricks. So they found out, oh, if we do this type of formatting, then we can get a better grades. And of course, this type of system can not be good for both teacher and students. Next is privacy protections. So given AI capacity to collect, analyze, and infer from vast amount of personal data, protecting individual privacy is essential. Ethical AI practice include robust data security measure, informed consent, and limiting data use to what is necessary. Additionally, safeguarding autonomous human decision making is also vital. And consider what data these systems collect: learning pattern, emotional responses, social interactions, and even biometric data like typing patterns or even facial recognition during this online learning with camera. This could create very detailed profiles of the students, and this profile could follow them throughout their life, which then we need to ask these key questions like who controls this data, how long this data will be retained, and what happened when the student graduate, and could this data be used against student in future employment or insurance decision or banking decision, etc. So in European Union, and including UK as well, we have GDPR that provides this privacy and data some protection basically, but many educational AI systems operate in regulatory gray areas. And as an educator, we must advocate for stronger data protection and be transparent with students about the data collection practice. Example case for this privacy and data collections is that, for example, this elementary school implement learning analytics platform to identify struggling student early, so we can help this struggling student, right? This is a good thing. But then the system actually collect more data than needed and then share the data to third party, which is not good. And the platform here, it monitored keystroke patterns, eye movement, even bathroom breaks, facial expression during video call, and even infer sleep pattern from homework submission times. And this one of the student like feel distressed when she realized that the computer knows when I'm sad and tells the teacher. Parents that discover their children detailed behavioral profiles were stored indefinitely on foreign servers and even used for commercial product development with no clear process for data access and deletion. And if the school just use third-party application and then they don't know what's work and where the data stored, etc., then we cannot do anything about it. And again, educational AI ethics goes beyond what's general AI ethics, because schools are unique environment with special responsibilities, and other than fairness, bias, privacy, and also transparency, which are those are core ethical principles for AI across the board. But for special for education, there's also some other that we need to pay attention. Like, for example, the developing mind factors. Unlike adult user of AI systems, students are still forming their critical thinking abilities, identify an identity and relationship with technology. And this creates heightened responsibility for ethical AI design. When an AI tutor provides incorrect information to an adult, they might question it, but a young student is more likely to accept it as the truth. And there's also epistemic responsibility. Educational AI has a special obligation to truth and accuracy. While a recommendation algorithm for entertainment can afford some inaccuracy, educational AI that teach incorrect information can have lasting negative impact on student learning. And also developmental appropriateness. AI system must consider not just what student can do, but also what they should do at different developmental stage. An AI that capable of solving complex problem might deprive student of build resilience, just like the previous speaker said, and also problem-solving skill. And also long-term consideration. Educational decisions have cascading effect throughout student life. It's not only affect them now, but it might affect them later. So this is why AI system in education must be designed with this awareness of these long-term consequences. And this, I want to just put one example of this. This one research from MIT basically shows that ChatGPT actually erode critical thinking skills. This is like just 3 months ago. And I want to also talk about the AI plagiarism risk. When students use AI to generate content, there may be ethical concern about originality of their work. Students use AI writing tools to run the risk that the content can closely resemble existing materials, which can be considered plagiarism. And I want also to talk about LLM hallucinations problem. LLM generate credible sounding, but actually false information. And if students or teachers not cross-checking this result, it can like have, we have critical issue of educational integrity. Okay, I'm not going to the definition of hallucination. You can go to Wikipedia for it. And I just want to show you the excuse me, example of LLM's hallucination and misinformation. This is the example of someone asking, who is this person? And this person is still alive, and LLM say that this person has passed away, and etc. LLM can also like, oh, is there any country that starts with letter V? And LLM said that there's no country that starts with letter V. I know this, they already fixed this, but again, just example. And like, for example, this one as well, math problem, simple math problem, just the result is supposed to be 14, but LLM looking like it's showing the true result, it's 18. So if students did not check it and just use LLM to answer this math problem, it can give the wrong answer. And not only like historical data with fabricated dates, fabricated quotes, fictional events, and false chemical formula or false math answer. And it can also have non-existing paper for citation. So if you use LLM to help you to like write papers, or students use it to help them write essays, it can give them like fake citations. This is also like another funny example of AI overview from Google, like asking like parachutes are not more effective than backpack at preventing death, which we know it might be false, right? Because yeah, of course, parachute going to help us compared to backpack. And this is example of unethical use of AI. This is on the left is like breakdown of AI and cheating statistics across UK university from 2002 until 2022 and 2024. And in FOI request to UK university, basically this what shows. And of 80 universities that returns the data, 82% have investigated that their student use basically AI for cheating. And then even student at Birmingham University, like 76% of this cheating came from the last year. And there's also this very famous article by Intelligencer that everyone is cheating their way through college. It basically, they did their survey, and apparently 95% of students, college students, cheating using ChatGPT. And this is also from Forbes magazine and for Pfizer, and they do survey what's common AI cheating method observed in school. This is, I think it's high school, and almost 2/3 or 64% of teachers believe that the most prevalent form of cheating using AI in school is basically to complete written assignment. There's also other problems of the homogenization threat, which is threat to diversity of thinking. This is not good for education because there's like different types of learning, different pedagogy, and etc. And there's also a problem of teacher de-skilling or dependency with AI, and they're like not having their own skill to teach because they're very dependent to AI. And also the digital divide expansion, which is because educational tools often require significant computational resources, like also internet and also modern devices. We know this from what happened during COVID as well, and this can exacerbate existing inequalities and create a new tier of educational disadvantages for students in school that lack technological infrastructure. So what's next? What we should do? Basically, recognize these challenges is the first step, and the real work and then is to develop practical implementable solutions. And for example, school or universities can establish these AI ethics committees that follow available ethical AI framework, of course, and put it in institutional or local context. And these are examples of a framework that are available from the Institute for Ethical AI in Education and also UNESCO. Next is also to have AI literacy course or class for educators and students, because we must invest in comprehensive AI literacy training. Like for example, for educators, it can help to know practical skills for evaluating AI tools and their appropriateness for different learning contexts, and strategy to maintain human oversight for students that are using AI, and also understanding legal and ethical obligation when using AI with student data. And for students, there's also need AI literacy, of course, to help them understand how AI make decisions that can affect them, and recognizing bias, and also develop critical thinking skills still to evaluate AI generated content. And then next is also to learn to use AI ethically and effectively. So in conclusion, ethical AI in education requires proactive design, ongoing monitoring, and genuine stakeholder engagement. An educational institution must move beyond like asking, can we use this AI, or can we use this tool, but asking, should we use it, and how can we use this responsibly? And the goal is not only to avoid AI in education, but also to harness its powers while protecting the fundamental rights and well-being of the learners and the students. And the future of education will undoubtedly include AI, whether we want it or not. Students also already use ChatGPT. But then by prioritizing ethics alongside innovation, we can create educational AI system that serve the goal of quality and equitable education for all students. We need to remember that the most sophisticated AI system is only as ethical as the humans who design, implement, and oversee it. So the responsibility for ethical AI in education belongs to us all. Thank you very much. Sorry, I cannot hear you. Okay.
Yeah, your insight remind us how innovation in AI can suit and align with human trust, ethics, and educational transformation in this new era. So I got some conclusion from your presentation that the ethics of AI in education is about ensuring that the technology that we use must support the fair, inclusive, and meaningful learning, not just efficiency or automation. So the ethical use requires more careful design, clear policies, transparency, and constant review to protect the students' right and well-being, right? Thank you so much. So now we are going to move on to the Q&A session. So please feel free to raise your hand if you want to ask some question directly in this hall or from virtually from our Zoom room, you can raise your hand. Well, we already have some participants from Zoom. Okay, maybe we can give the first question for Sriwangi Nadabdab.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon and good morning, Ma'am Dr. Retna Larasate Saraswati. Before I ask my question, let me introduce myself. I am Suwangi Nadabjak from Universitas Negeri Medan, majoring in elementary school teacher education. It's like to ask about how can AI help students develop essential skills like critical thinking and problem solving. Thank you.
Excuse me, can you repeat the questions? How can AI?
Okay, thank you, Sriwangi. If I am not mistaken, how can AI help students develop essential skills like critical thinking and problem solving? Am I right? Yeah? Okay, thank you, Sriwangi. Please, Dr. Retno.
Yes. So I think, like for example, to help understanding like critical thinking, it's also good for the teachers, so not only AI, to first telling the students that okay, this is the system again. This is back to AI literacy problem, that how the AI works, right? After they understand how the AI works, they now can have like okay, not what all the AI said is correct, so you need to spot like if it's true or not, right? And then the AI itself, like for example, in the chatbot, like for example, in Open University Ada, they have a lot of options to choose, like how, if we want to have a discussion with AI. Like for example, instead of just ask like, what's the answer to this problem? We ask it with like Socratic questioning system. So instead of like, for example, asking like, is social media is bad for teenagers, AI might respond, what specific evidence to support this claim? Are there any counter arguments? How you define this context, right? So the AI asks the students these questions because we ask the AI to be like this critical. So it can help students to like be more like questionings, and again like think critically about like a statement, right? And there's also AI can help with student to visualize and analyze complex argument. Like for example, if there's this argument that they don't understand, they can help. Okay, AI, can you help me to breaking down this statement, and then is it true? Which one is the fact? Which one is the opinion? And then it can help the students as well to recognize this. And I think again, other than this discussion friend capabilities of AI, we need to make sure that the student knows that, again, the AI is for enhancing them and helping them learning, but not doing the learning for them, if that makes sense. So yeah, that is the answer. I hope that answer your question, sir.
Okay, is the answer your question for Ms. Triwangi? Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Retno. So we have to double check for the AI answer, right? When the students try to find out the question from like LLMS, but the students need also to double check, or teachers can ask the students to double check which one is the correct one and which one is the wrong one, because sometimes the LLMS also has a hallucination like what you already present, right? Thank you so much, Dr. Retno. Okay, for the next question, maybe for Ms. Puan. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Fanny, for giving me a chance to ask. Hello, Dr. Retno Larasati. First of all, My name is Puan Audia Zahra. I'm a student from Early Childhood Education Universitas Negeri Medan. I find that the topic was really interesting, and I wanted to ask a question based on the topic about AI ethics in education. So, my question is: there have been cases where AI plagiarism detectors have wrongly accused students of cheating, so which can seriously affect their academic reputations. So, from an ethical perspective, how should schools and universities handle these situations while still promoting the responsible use of AI? That was my question. Thank you so much.
Okay, please, Dr. Retno.
Yes, thank you so much for these questions. Again, this is very good question as well, because this also like happened to a lot of students, especially we that have used Turnitin before, and this automated system basically think that we plagiarize something when it's not. And what happened is this: it's for student, the better approach for this is that students should establish clear and procedures on like multiple review levels. So student cannot just, not students, schools should not just rely on the AI systems to grade. They also need to have like human to grade it. So it's to grade is we require human reviews, and again we go back to the one of the principles of AI ethics, which is transparency. So if the AI is transparent and can explain why it shows like, okay, this specific paragraph is plagiarized from the specific content, then we can make sure and maybe explain to the student if they argue that, okay, this is not plagiarism, this is something that I wrote myself, and then we can show that, okay, this is the result. And again, the schools need to have their own regulation about this, and school needs to provide presumptions of innocence, which is until clearly demonstrated misconduct of AI, until it's really proven that it's like plagiarism, they need to do it. And then also, again, because AI has a lot of limitation, the school need to understand it, right? So there's always a case of AI wrongly accused of something and have a wrong result and etc. recommendation. But again, ethical AI is how we use it, and if the schools know the regulation and how to properly use AI and know that the AI has its limitation and it can wrongly accuse of students of wrong plagiarism, then yeah, the school need to have its own regulation basically to like say, okay, this is not, and they need to do like their own review as well. That's basically it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Retno. How is the answer for Puan? Is it answering your question?
Yes, I agree. So in my summary, ethical use of an AI education should requires balancing technological benefits and must establish clear guidelines and oversight to prevent harm to students. Thank you so much, Dr. Larasati.
Yeah, thank you, Puan. So I think we still have one more chance to ask the question. Maybe from the hall. Is there anyone want to ask the question? Okay, please, someone. Okay, Dr. Retno, we have one participant from the hall, from the venue, that want to ask you something.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Retno Larasati, for a fruitful explanation about AI and then its relation to education. And I am Nanda, and I'd like to ask about, as AI becomes increasingly integrated into education, what are the implications for the role of teachers? So this is related to to the teacher, the implication, integrating into education, what are the implications for the teachers, and how can we ensure that educators are adequately prepared to work alongside AI systems in a way that prioritize student to be well-being and learning outcomes. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, thank you for the question. And I think I also already mentioned it in the presentations. I guess this is not only the teacher's responsibility, but also institutional or maybe government regulation or responsibility as well, is that we need to make sure that the teacher is still the primary role that deliver this learning. So AI is there is just to enhance the teaching role. Like for example, again, there's also research that shows that using AI chatbot, and they use it in one research put it in one classroom in one specific school, which is like a little bit public school and the with low socio-economical class students, and the other is like private school with that comes from middle to upper class level of economic. And then what happened is that in the low level schools, the teacher just leaves student with the AI, the chatbot, and they leave the student to use the AI whatever they wanted to. But differently, in this private school, these teachers basically use AI to help them to teach. So the teacher is still teaching, but then, okay, do you want to ask something? But then again, with how many students in the classroom, one teacher cannot pay attention to all, but then so they can ask the AI to like answer whatever the question they have. But if they're not sure, they still can ask the teacher. So the teacher is still there to basically monitor and then giving the guidance on like what it is. And the result show like by the test, of course, the one that use teacher that use AI to enhance this learning have better test result compared to the students that just live with AI with no guidance, right? So basically, that is one that we need to use AI as again as an enhancement of these teaching materials, teaching tools, right? And there's also example of using AI to help you create materials, teaching materials, right? And when you recognize your students having some difficulties in some areas, maybe you need to have different type of approach, and then you can use your AI to like have a partner in discussions like what is this and that. Again, you need to make sure if the information that the AI gave you is correct, right? But then you can use it as a discussion tool. And that is like the curriculum design. And then for assessment as well, this is also related what Puan questions before, which is we know that sometimes AI made error, and so we don't need to 100% rely on them. But then again, it can, like for example, for computer-based tests, of course, we like a lot of us already were trusting it that it could deliver us the correct mark. But then for essay or writing assignment and etc., then again we need to make sure as a teacher that this is the correct grade that we give to the students. And yeah, there are a lot of them, and which you can read in the UNESCO AI competitive framework for a teacher, and you can read there as well, like what's the proper way to help student and etc. So yeah, I think AI literacy learning and course is it will be good for teachers in this era 5.0.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Letno. How is it the answer for Miss Nanda? Is it okay?
Thank you, Dr. Retno, for the answer. Yeah, I think we as a teacher, we can still being the pioneer or the leader in our class. Yeah, so AI should be just our teaching materials to help us to make it easier for the students to understand what we are teaching about. Yeah, so yeah, I think it's still on us as a teacher to conduct the class, and then yeah, we can use AI in a good way if we can handle the class in a good way. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes the presentations and our discussion session for today. I thank to all participants for your thoughtful questions and active engagement. May the insight from today's session guide us to integrate the AI ethically and meaningfully in the field of education. So please give a big applause for our great speaker for today, especially for Dr. Larasati. Yeah. And we hope this session has enriched our understanding of AI and education industrial era 5.0. Before you leave, Dr. Retno, we would like to say our sincere gratitude and also want to present you a certificate for your participation in our event. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Retno. See you again in another event. Good luck on your career. I hope I can see you on London.
Yeah, see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Retno. Okay, we will continue with the next agenda of the 7 Iconseir. Please.
Baik, terima kasih kami sampaikan kepada narasumber yang luar biasa, tentunya juga kepada moderator kita untuk sesi yang terakhir.
We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our keynote speaker. We also wish to express our appreciation to our moderator for this session.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, dengan berakhirnya sesi sore ini, berakhir pula rangkaian acara kita hari ini. Kami mohon maaf apabila ada kekurangan selama jalannya acara. Terima kasih kami sampaikan kepada narasumber, peserta, panitia, serta seluruh pimpinan atas partisipasi serta dukungannya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of today's event. We sincerely apologize for any word or actions that may be inappropriate. We would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished speaker, author, participant, event committee member, and the honorable leaders within Universitas Negeri Medan. Pergi ke pasar membeli terasi. Jangan lupa membeli tomat. Semoga seminar ini menginspirasi dan juga memberi manfaat.
Ketemu mantan di perempatan, ada gebetan di belakangnya. Sampai jumpa di lain kesempatan, jangan kangen sama MC-nya. Sampai jumpa di Iconseir ke-8 tahun 2026.
Mauliate
Horas.
Horas.
Horas. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.